Checking out Blacksmith Master. I did play the demo version of this during Steam Next Fest. I believe it was last summer. I'm probably wrong in the exact time of year, but I believe it was last year. It is a blacksmithing tycoon game. So, yes, we will make some of our own things, but it's not like a lot of the other blacksmithing games where you sit there and you set the anvil and you individually pound out a sword and then you sell your one sword. I think they do a little bit of that right at the start, but it's a lot more about like scaling up your operation, hiring in other people. It is not like a supermarket simulator kind of marketing. Like, I'm just saying that because of the angle of the camera here. It is a tycoon style game where you'll get not quite top down and all that stuff. With all that said, and it does actually remember my save file, which I was surprised that that would actually work with the demo version. Now, usually when we check out a game for the first time, we do check to see what type of accessibility settings we've got. I did change the time format from AM, PM to 24-hour. It's just my preference. You do have multiple language support. We do have, you know, UI scaling stuff, which is nice. That's a good accessibility feature. Audio is pretty standard. Controls, they do this kind of style, which is a little bit of a bummer for me. They do support multiple things. For those who don't know, I use a Dvorak keyboard layout. This just basically means they're mapping like the Q key does this, the W key does that, as opposed to the key in this position does this, that happens to be the Q key. I don't know what they're running under the hood. Maybe they didn't have the ability to do that. You can turn on off edge scrolling, which is nice. Being able to turn on and off edge scrolling can be helpful for people to get motion sickness, so that's a good one. These are apparently a bunch of indicators. I don't know if I remembered what my settings were from the demo or not, but this is what we got, and all that stuff. You know what's funny? They didn't really have ingots back then. Oh, I have no idea what we have going on here. Eventually, we will have swords in every mall cutlery across the country. So let's go ahead and make a new game. And I don't remember how any of this starts or anything. Now, to be clear, the copy you're seeing of this is the early preview. The game is releasing in early access on, I believe, the 15th. You'll be able to buy it. It will be early access, though. But this is like the early, I don't know if you'd call it like the press preview or whatever. But just because of existing relationship between myself and the publisher and all that, and the fact that I played it previously, they're like, hey, check it out. Welcome. This is your new workshop, where many amazing weapons and tools will be crafted. You don't know that for a fact. What if I make garbage tier stuff? Since we don't have anyone to help out yet, let's hire our first blacksmith. Okay, so we need to hire a blacksmith. So basically it gives us a thing that says, hey, here's their metalworking skill, determines how long it takes to process different ingots on the anvil. You have the carpentry, determines the time it takes to process different wood types materials on the carpentry bench, and design determines the amount of design points acquired a day. And so they apparently have these different benefits. I don't remember if these are a thing in the demo. So we have one where they walk faster, one where they basically heat up ingots faster, and one where they cost me less. Right, and that's because you'd be comparable to that one. Generally in every game like this, usually... Oh, so you also have a bad. I missed that. So you gain less XP. You take more time to process wooden carpentry. Let's go with this one. They'll level slower, but I was going to say, usually moving faster in any type of Tycoon game that's got pathing matters a lot. Amazing! We're preparing to start production now. To expand your business, you'll need to make money first. For now, the only way to do that is to complete merchant offers. The first merchant offer requires a mace. So let's wait for the blacksmith to craft it. Okay, so he's just smart enough to make the mace when it shows up. That's good. Yes, he's going to heat up his ingot, take it to the anvil. And he's going to take his scorching... Oh, I was going to thought... He's going to cool it off. I was waiting for him to take his scorching red-hot mace and just throw it in the wood cartwheel and all that. Already done. Now let's collect the reward. Okay, so we get that. And no, this is not a mobile game. They just chose to use the pointing on how to find your way around that people catch on for mobile games. To progress to unlock new stuff, you'll need to open the mastery tree. Whenever your blacksmith crafts an item, you earn special currency that can be used to progress your mastery tree. So it's like our research points. At this moment, we can only unlock carpentry. Let's do that. Now that you have carpentry, you're missing only one tool to be able to craft wooden items, a carpentry workbench. Let's go to the shop and buy a carpentry workbench. Okay, so we got carpentry workbench. Kinda wish it wouldn't automatically rotate the camera. Because that is a little jarring. Great work. Now you're well prepared to continue growing your business. Let's add more touch, and for the record, not sponsored, in case anyone's wondering. The devs did give me the key, but I am not sponsored or getting any type of compensation or anything like that. Just to be clear that there's not like a conflict or anything there. I would still present things authentically anyways, but in case you're wondering. Let's add one more touch before we're finished naming your workshop. Okay, so we can name our workshop. Mostly ethical smithing. I don't know. Just mostly ethical ink. Okay. Just remember to keep completing merchant offers. That's how you progress to improve your workshop by hiring workers, unlocking new blueprints, and more. Yeah, so he's making the clubs here for that, and they'll make the scoops. So that's interesting. So, okay. And then what's this telling me? Alright, so we have got the points? Yes. Enables hiring of workers to help with crafting items. You've just unlocked the ability to hire more staff, which will help you scale up your production. For now, you can only hire blacksmiths who can craft items. Workers need benches to sit down when they have nothing to do. Since you already have one bench, let's go ahead and hire 2 more blacksmiths right away. Okay, so they're very tutorialized. You can see that every blacksmith has different stats for working on metal, working on wood, designing new items. Each blacksmith has a positive and a negative trait. To hire employees, you need to pay tax, which raises the total number of raises. That should be raises that with the rises with the total. That's tripping me up. Rises me with the total number of employees. Choose any 2 blacksmiths to hire. So you get more XP, but you suck at anvil. You walk slower, but you are better at carpentry. Earn design points slower. So what I can do is you can work on metal, you can work on wood, and we'll end up having one person on the other one. I'm assuming we can assign those things. The cost of my employees to hire goes up substantially per employee. Fair enough. That is it. You have successfully increased your workforce. You're ready to continue to be a great manager. So we have completed the clubs. We could choose a new thing. I don't have any idea about any of these things. So I'll give you axes and all these. They don't seem to have like a duration to them I have to worry about. Okay, what are you trying to tell me? Staff? Workbench? Oh, interesting. Okay. So it struck me. They are using key position. So where I made the comment earlier where I was like, oh, it's a little sad that this is set to QWERTY and I can't change this, and I use Dvorak. I'm in Dvorak, and I'm using what is my equivalent to WASD, and it's working fine. So that is that's a UI issue. So under the hood, they've got that addressed, the accessibility side. They just need to get that sorted out to either change the display, because I was assuming it's going to need to switch. So I'm assuming if I switch it to QWERTY, so now we're in QWERTY, and I switch it back into Vorak, and it's fine. Okay. So it does seem to be making those. What makes me curious is I have these. Oh, I see. Well, no, because you have the scoop. I already own the blueprint for the wooden club, I assume, because we made wooden clubs. And that's the blueprint for the wooden scoop, which we're already making. Alright, that's fine. And as you can imagine, what will end up happening here is we'll end up needing to scale up operations. And I'm assuming we'll be able to go into them and give them priorities. Crafting preference. Ah, okay. So you are better at metal items, so you'll have a crafting preference for metal items. You'll have a crafting preference. You won't have a preference, because you can do it all pretty well. And you'll have a crafting preference for wood items. So basically, we got one person who's kind of a catch-all. They just move fast. That's what they do. Yes, I'm really not sure what these blueprints are about, considering I'm making the things that we supposedly have already. Oh, I know what it is. I can show you what it is in a moment. All right, so we got those two. This is saying what I have and what I get paid. I thought this was how much I needed to pay to get that blueprint, which is why I was confused, because I'm like, I have these. And we can unlock new blueprints, and I don't have whatever I need to unlock them. Alright. So we need to wait till we do some deliveries, and that'll be there. So curiosity here. Below is listed the merchandise offers. Pick one you'd like the most. There are no more offers. Wait for tomorrow or pay to refresh instantly. And it's almost the next day in game. So our daily income is currently negative $360. Excellent. We are doing great. Everyone knows when you're in the red, all you have to do is scale. Because if you lose $360 at your staff to supply ratio and you just increase that size, you can do negative $360 at a higher multiplier. That's what everyone wants. Ultimately, we are going to actually scale up, so I'm memeing on that one. That's, it's almost an inside joke to myself. When I worked in tools, we had a guy show up that, you know, our company had an automotive department. People come in, they get their tires replaced, and we had to dispose of the tires. There's an expense there, and I don't remember what it was. It was like, to get rid of the tires, like $40 a tire or something like that. I remember it was, I probably have the number completely wrong, but the thing was, it was actually relatively expensive for us to get the tires taken away to recycle and junked or whatever happened to them. Okay, so we did lose $360. That's not surprising. We're on our first day. We're learning the thing. We have access to almost nothing. But we had this guy show up, and he was like, I'll do it for half that price. And we're like, okay. And my magic kept being like, I don't understand. Like, you have to take it there. It costs you this much money. The amount you're charging us is less than what they're going to charge you at the next step. Like, every way I'm looking at this, you're losing, like, a couple of bucks a tire. Like, I'm not trying to, like, figure out how you run your business to, like, reverse engineer it and all that kind of stuff. But, like, where are you making your money here? And the guy's like, scale. He did, like, that once or twice and then didn't come back. And the assumption is he realized he was just losing more money. Because that's how scale works. Scale just takes your pro and your con and makes bigger. You can take control of any blacksmith to play in third person. Okay, that's kind of cool. I don't see is to start crafting some. Okay, tab goes back. I don't know what that is. There's a notification up there, and I can't seem to figure it out. Okay, so I got choose more stuff. I don't see any reason to not choose everything. Oh, because these orders are way the hell bigger than my other orders. I understand. I was like, why wouldn't I choose the one that pays the most? Oh, right. Because that's literally a magnitude of like 4 times as big. He's going to sell them as used tires? No, that's not what happened. At least we don't think so. I think it was someone didn't really do the math. Because that was short-lived. Besides, there were places that could have done used tires from us if they wanted, I guess. We have a lot of rules around used tires here and what can and can't be sold and all that. That's pretty strict too. But it was definitely one of those things sitting there being like, but how do you make money? If I buy something for $1 and I sell it for 80 cents, I lose 20 cents every time I sell it. Selling more of it means I lose 20 cents more times. That's just how the economics work. Yeah, it's one of those things that the person's like, I've heard of efficiencies of scale, so if I do bigger, I'm gonna make more money. It's like, well, yes, efficiency of scale is a thing that you can reduce your overall overhead of doing things by having a larger operation and thereby doing a bunch of these kind of things. Oh, the place I had was it was a retail store that had an automotive department as part of that did stuff. You know, it did oil changes, tire replacements, alignments, all that garbage. But it was part of a larger retail store that wasn't strictly automotive. Alright, okay, so we can now do construction, allow you to build walls and floors of different designs. Grinding the wheel to make, grinding the wheel to make things with the rubber? I don't think so. Because the implication, and this is a lot secondhand here, the implication was that the guy was going to facilitate, you know, taking that rubber to, the recycling center and just basically be another person doing the transportation to get it processed. It's just, you know, we were getting a pretty good deal with the people we had been using, and he just, cut their price in half. And I think it was just when he cut that price in half, he didn't do the math of how everything worked. And didn't realize he had overcut his margins to the point he didn't have one. And you'll have companies do that. You'll have sorry, not companies, you'll have individuals do that. They don't sit down and really think things through, and they undercut the price so much that they're losing money. And then they gotta figure out how to do it. You see that in foods happen a lot of times. That you'll have people with more of a business acumen will usually avoid it. But people who just, you know, they just want to run a restaurant, it's a passion, that they're not necessarily the strongest on the business front, that they're like, okay, well, that sub place over there, they're charging $5 for their sub, well, we need to keep making sales, so we'll charge $4.80, not realizing that the place that's doing it for $5 has a better supply line than you do, and so they're still making, you know, $1 a sub or whatever it is. And then you don't have the supply line, so you cut your price down $2 to meet theirs. And now you're losing money. Like, you literally can't keep your operation open on it. There's a lot that goes into that. It's also, especially with, food service, there's a lot of those, expenses that are hard to quantify on the front. Like, you know, if you don't sell enough subs, you take your supplies, they go in the garbage when they go bad, or when they're no longer safe to sell. And so you need to sell your stuff. At the same time, you know, if you go and try and go for the higher quantity, lower margin, then you need more staff to afford to put out that quantity. And staff is one of your primary expenses in almost every industry. And so the scaling up of things gets really, really wonky to try and juggle a lot of those numbers. Even more so if people negotiate different staff rates. Like, if you're a kind of company that says you are a food services technician 1, then it's like, okay, you get the crap pay. Like, you get basically minimum wage. Okay, well, you're a food services technician 2. You know, you're running $1 or 2 over minimum wage, and then you're like 3, and you're whatever, and then they'll have like a senior sandwich technician or whatever. You get the idea. They're all just tiers for bigger pay, better benefits. Alright, so we got our axes. So that's a $1,000 payoff. And I'm gonna immediately just grab the next thing. And so what's happening is every time we're making these items, I'm getting a little bit of research points, which I've already lost track of where that is. Can I just buy that? No, right, I have to wait on the research, and we haven't unlocked that yet. That's building things. Why is my brain the way it is? There it is. So yeah, we're at 17. So we get discounted wood. Hiring enables more skilled workers. So we probably want to not worry too much about the cost of our materials yet. That'll improve our profit margins. But it is going to be a thing that the research, we're literally not researching right now. So we're going to want to get that sorted. Now, one of the curiosities is if at the end of the day I have not finished an order, does it just sit there the next day, or do I take a penalty for basically taking on an order and not finishing it? Because there's no implication here that I'm under a time limit, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm not under a time limit. I didn't even look at this. Yeah, and there's just... Blacksmiths will respect their crafting preferences only. Right, okay. It's got priorities and all that. Alright, so we can go ahead and drop you off. And there is a fast forward button to keep things moving. Usually I try to avoid that right at the beginning of the game. But I think the idea is at this phase of the game, we have a much smaller operation. Now, I am noticing... Okay, so I can just click on that to resupply. Right-click to restore... Okay, so literally I can just right-click on it to... So let's see after they take another ingot. So this is saying 15 for 450. Okay. So basically, I could just right-click on it to instantly resupply it for, like, that amount. Now, we compare that. Alright. So, today we made 574 bucks. So that's good. And all that. Some workers are still busy. Cool, so we did manage to get all but 2 of our orders done that we could have gotten. So now I get to see what happens with those 2 orders. Okay, those orders do sit there the next day. We did unlock another one. So that's to get discount wood. I feel like in the short term, it might be more important for me to save up the material to get the enable hiring skilled workers. I'm assuming that's what's going to be blocking our more advanced technology kind of stuff. So we should do that. Get that order out of here. Oh. So sometimes they'll give me decorations as a payout as opposed to other things. I want the money though, so I'm going to take the money. Oh, and there's also different types of wood. Okay, that's good to know. That's gonna sit there and blink at me, isn't it? That's fine. Alright, so let's keep this moving. Because I'm assuming what'll happen next is we'll hire on another... We'll be able to hire on a new position for researching more stuff to sell. And then my assumption is that will add complexity to our crafting. And each time I added a layer of complexity to the crafting, that's the point we will get, you know, other things to produce. that will have a higher margin. There we go. So we can hire an assistant, or whatever that person is. Or not. Okay, never mind. Well, so as a reminder, this is early access. I know with the demo we got farther than this, but one of the things I'm noticing in the early access, they basically gave you the very, very basic, here's how you choose an order, here's how you deliver your order, here's staff, okay, go do. And has gotten out of the way, which I don't necessarily have a problem with. Because so far it's not been a very complicated thing. We could certainly add more stuff here. Yeah, and we have more stuff there we can unlock. There's the carpentry bench. We can build more building, and we can decor. So right now I'm not going to worry about that. It does seem we have enough stuff that for the most part, our people aren't stuck waiting on each other. When I only have metal goods, I did notice that the anvil gets backed up. But that's okay. Alright. So for the moment, we just gotta move some orders. Because while I could certainly speed up production by hiring another group of people and all that in here, and then getting a second forge anvil and all that, I feel like right now, until we get the next thing unlocked, that might be worth waiting on. Just because... don't really know. We'll see. Like, if tomorrow we haven't gotten the next thing unlocked in the game, we will expand this a little bit. Okay, so we unlock new wall paint and a chain decoration. You just focus on the existing orders for right now. Getting paid less for something that's pretty, not really feeling it. Alright, so discounted wood. Okay, so next will allow me to hire assistants that will handle shipping stuff. Then discounted ingots, and then we'll get blueprint upgrades and all that. So that's not bad. Yeah, so now we're starting to get a backup on this one. But the day's just about to be over, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay, so we made almost 2,000 bucks that day. In the meantime, we have our different walls and all that. Upper wall, lower wall. Okay. So what we'll do... so I'm honestly going to use all my space because this is not expensive. Okay. We've got our floor. So we'll just massively expand the space. Alright, so that's a different style floor. Okay, I misread that. Then are you this style floor? No. There. Problem solved. Now it all matches. Okay, so they should all finish what they're currently working on, sit down, and then we can get the next one going. And then what the plan is going to be here is to try and work on expanding some of this to get another, probably another forge and another anvil going. Okay, so first let's grab our new contracts. Yep. And yep. So let's go over here. We can get ourselves another forge. I see. Well, that's good to know for the future. So start with that and see how that goes. All right. Yeah, so the idea here is that I'm moving these to there so I can just walk back and forth between the forges. And then those anvils. And anytime we see one hopping to the second row, that means that was someone who would have had to wait. It definitely looks like the cooling process is the fastest part, so I don't really need a second one of the cooling things. And I probably could afford to have one more blacksmith in there. Alright, blacksmith. You literally all suck at it. Okay, sure. So we got another person who's gonna be another generic, does whatever. Okay, cool. We got you, get our next contract lined up. And even with the one more blacksmith, we're now queuing up, which is fine. What I need is more wood options here. And my assumption of what'll happen is over time we will get them to be paced out where they won't get stuck waiting on each other. What? Blacksmith? What? Oh. I don't... You're getting shiny and all that, but I don't know what you want. 2 skill points available. Oh. Oh, I see. So we can put skill points in here. So this is the one we actually wanted to focus on wood items. I'm gonna keep specializing them. Okay, I also noticed, can I name you? I can. Alright, well we'll go ahead and start a queue here. Because if I can name them, we will name them. So let's go ahead and get that going. So if you want to be one of the blacksmiths or other employees in our business as we go ahead and get your names in. Okay, we can go ahead and get this out of here. Grab the knives, keep that money rolling. Okay, so we technically lost a tiny bit of money that day, but a big part of that is we did hire more people, we purchased a bunch of materials. Holy crap, I am scorching through that metal. You're destined for middle management. Excellent. Okay, and with that, we did unlock blueprint upgrades. Enables you to upgrade blueprints. To upgrade blueprints, which will increase the selling price of your items, you need to earn design points. Here's how. Buy a design table, assign a blacksmith to design in the staff menu. Wait for the blacksmith to generate design points, spend the design points to upgrade your blueprints. Fair enough. So it is another workbench to unlock. We'll just tuck that over here for right now. You can live over there. So it said to assign them to that. Okay. So you're generally good. You are slower at design. You have faster movement speed but less XP. Yeah, so you will be my design person. I don't know how to set you. Oh, yeah, it was Grinwald? Yeah, you'll be my design person. Okay, so we're down one blacksmith actually producing goods. And in turn, getting a bunch of our stuff. The contents are unknown. There is a moderate chance of something valuable inside. I want the chest, but I'm going to grab that bigger contract first. Okay, so let's go ahead and start naming our people. Let me drop back down to normal time so I have a chance to do this. We'll start with our designer, so like our engineer kind of person. So that is going to be Bassett. Alright. So you can confirm that. Then we're going to go to our person who specializes in metals. That's going to be Sentient Cookie, so we'll get to see what the character limit is here. Sentient Cookie, it does fit. Alright, and then we're going to go to our woodworking person. Who's going to be Ad Stellarum. And then finally, we've got our person who is just kind of our catch-all. Whatever needs doing, you step in and make it happen. And that's going to be Luxray. Honestly, with the customization they have in those characters, this would be a good contender for Twitch integration. To have Twitch integration where you can pop in and be like, here, I've designed my character, to be like, alright, hire a new person, and it grabs... You know, hire a new blacksmith, and it grabs, you know, the Twitch integration made character kind of thing. So it's telling me how many design points I have. We'll see how that happens. Get rid of you. Let's grab the probably not good chest. And you just gained a level, and you're the one who specializes in metal, so Sentient Cookie's gonna get even better at doing metal stuff. So I can actually assign you to do your highest level as your priority. And we'll make you the jack of all trades, so everything equal. And then you is now going to be highest skill there. Okay. Now the curiosity is we have our blueprints. Ah, okay, it says right here. So basically it looks like I spend something like 7 idea points or whatever and increases the price like 10, 20, like 10, 11% or something like that. Okay, and I am learning that we are going to need to probably bring on more staff, I think. Probably build more forges and anvils and get another staff member to producing metal goods. Because we are just not getting these done in time, and if I have work I could be doing not getting finished, that's the thing. You all are not what I'm looking for today. I can live with this. This is fine. So we're going to bring on another staff member here. You are going to take the highest first. You're going to specialize in metal. And I'm going to go ahead and give a name for our new metal worker. And that'll be Conrite. And then just as a thing we're going to do here. Alright. So we're still waiting on yesterday's contracts. One thing I'm also noticing is I'm going to need another pallet of the ingots. And we are now basically broke. I also didn't realize those things can hold way more than I thought they could. I didn't actually need that. This thing can hold 225. Okay, so give me the cash. And queue up the next one. So good news, these contracts, while they're getting larger in the quantity, alright. So we're building up our quantity of those. But yeah, no, I've noticed I've been getting, like, no wood goods recently. Like, none whatsoever. Alright, so we've unlocked in our technology. So we can now hire assistants to restock and smelt items. Assistants help in the workshop by carrying items from chests to their destination and restocking various resources and smelting ingots. Blacksmiths can leave crafted items in chests, and assistants will take them from there, saving a lot of valuable time on your blacksmiths, who won't have to walk as much. Right, so the idea is as I scale this up, we would want assistants to be running back and forth handling a lot of this. So for the moment, I can plunk you down there. We're gonna leave that alone until I can hire more people. But then the idea would be we'd have our blacksmiths just running back and forth in this tiny little space, and then the assistant would walk in and out of the store, doing the whole journey. And how much does an assistant cost? About 150. Let's wait for our next order, and that'll be good. Yeah, so this is all about reducing commute time. Alright, so I need 4 more knives, and once we have that, we do the delivery. I think that might be the one for the big box. So one of the things we're running into is I'm only getting an order or 2 done a day. Inside lies, well, something. Not nothing, but not far off. Not far off. Contents valued at 950. Cool. So we did not get paid as much. Oh, I don't know how to make that thing. Alright. So we can upgrade our wood scoop. Sure. So we boosted it from common quality to uncommon quality. Neat, I guess. And I'm gonna hire the assistant the next in-game day. Yeah, because delivering so much or so little per day is gonna hurt me. As you can see. Big spend day. Now, be fair, a big part of that was me buying like 100 ingots at the beginning of the day. And then having that box be garbage. Okay, so we're gonna hire on an assistant. I mean, it's an assistant. We definitely don't want them to be slow walk speed, so I guess. And our first assistant here will be JD2V0. Alright. Just do it equally. I have no idea what we want. Okay, so we do actually have where you can change stuff to and from. Okay, so yeah, so now they're all putting their stuff in the box. Now It looks like the assistant can carry more than one item per trip. It honestly looks like you could probably get away with hiring one more blacksmith. Let's do that. I'm not sure... Oh wait, do we have... I don't think we have enough benches for it. We need to get another bench, I think. Bench? Those are all materials. Those are all crafting stations, carpentry, smelter, pottery, jewelry. Where was just plain old bench? Ah, okay, we've got entire extra tabs I've completely been ignoring. I understand. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and grab ourselves a new blacksmith. We will hire a new one, blacksmith. I can't do that thing, so we'll just fast forward, because blacksmiths are getting heckin' expensive. Alright. This is a timed offer. If you complete in time, you'll get 10% bonus. So I have someone who specializes in woodworking who has had nothing to do this whole time. So we can let them actually work on wood. That'll be good. Let's slow down time and grab ourselves another blacksmith. And we'll hire you. I know I've been doing mostly metal stuff, but that's fine. I'll wait till you level up because I want you to be on woodworking. Alright, so we got our brand new woodworking person. This will be Moriarty. I always look at the double R's and I always second guess myself. And I typed that name in so many times I should not be second guessing myself anymore. Alright, so we'll have you prioritize woodworking, and just as a thing in case it'll help, let's go ahead and plunk down a second carpentry bench. These don't seem to have like any long-term costs. It's just you buy it and you have it. So the good news is we now have enough production that the assistant actually can't keep up. So that's a good problem to have. The downside is they can't keep up. So one thing I'm probably going to also do as an additional spend is let's do that, because my hope is that means they'll spread their goods out between those, so when because like I'm noticing they're getting stuck on them, but that'll help. It might also be that I literally should hire a second assistant to move things along. That's probably exactly what I should do. Okay. We can get a discount on our ingots. We need that. Our money's getting kind of rough. Yeah, we definitely need a second assistant because they're not keeping up. Again, kind of a good problem to have. Yeah, fine, I'll pay you the extra. Highway robbery, that one. Okay. That's fine. I mean, honestly, I'm thinking about it. We probably want them to carry more per pass. So we have Earth, Rush, Stony. We probably want to have them focus on leveling up the amount they can carry per pass over the other one. And the reason I mean, you've already got the thing. And the reason I'm thinking that is that means I'll block these less, which will be important down the road. Okay, so we technically made 44 bucks. Alright, there's the next day. I've apparently gone into debt and I got an achievement for it. I didn't think about the fact that the pay was going to happen the next day. I want straight cash. Alright, we completed a timed one. Oh, we can hire an elite blacksmith. Okay. I don't know what the difference is between an elite or not. Let's see, bonus to the customers for from decorations is 25% higher. Merchants give 5% more money as a reward. All skills are at max level. Give me just the straight up cash. So that's an interesting implication. So we got a new staff member on kind of a discount. And I don't know. Okay, so I'm thinking what we actually end up doing here is I'm thinking what ends up happening is as time goes on, we wouldn't want to keep as many of the other ones and try and go for like the amazing ones, but those are locked behind a lot of progression. So that good honk, that'll be our new one. I'm just gonna have you be a do-it-all. Like you're going to do whatever we need doing. Yeah, so we reduced our price on our ingots, which is good. I might need another person over here doing the design bench, because that's what gives me my more margins. So the catch-22 of this is the design person is eating up salary the whole time. Sounds like your usual work at retail anyways, so that tracks. Yeah. But it's those things, they stand there and they're just an ongoing expense, but every once in a while they give me roughly a 10% increase on an item, which is good, but it's one of those things that's going to take a while before that starts catching up to make up for itself. You can now have 4 candidates to hire. That's sure, whatever. Okay. So soon I'll be able to sell stuff in the store without having to wait on these delivery things. The other nice thing is now this booth here is getting the higher quality clubs because we can make better ones. So the assumption there is that'll end up paying off in a big way. I'm also going to need a second rack for wood. Alright, there's the axes. So you're going to pay me less, but give me a bunch of the research points, and you're going to give me a bunch of science points and all that. That's fine. I might as well have you at least start working on that in the meantime. It is interesting that I could, in theory... Alright, so that's fully restocked. So let's also go in here real fast and get a second wood pile. Keep it all moving. So probably going to want to pop in here and get ourselves set up with another set of carpentry benches, maybe. Alright, so we did technically make $231, which isn't a lot of money. That's fine. I'll grab that one. Oh, I can't. Alright, so if we want to hire more people, I am going to need another workbench. The staff, grab you. Here, let's actually grab all of you. Hey, staff members. I'm going to need you to get in your corner, right? I can't have the customer seeing you. Hey, Sim, how's it going? You have yourself a good lurk, and thank you for the lurk. I do appreciate it popping in and all that. For those who don't know, Simcopter 1, absolutely fantastic life and all that. Fantastic life. Fantastic creator. Also, other things. Brains are hard. Why did my one assistant suddenly start moving at, like, Mach 5? I'm not complaining. I'm more like, what mechanic am I missing? Yeah, so definitely check out Sim. Absolutely fantastic. Does a lot of simulation, strategy, those kind of games. Good times are there. Been on a bit of a board game binge lately, but also does like GeoGuessr and a whole lot of other stuff. So definitely good times. All right, we got the axes all ready for deliver for the cash. Okay, so you're just gonna straight up give me a new blueprint. Honestly, we'll go with that. We're getting more stuff where they're not going to be giving me just straight up cash as a reward, which is a little concerning because I really kind of want that cash. Alright, so I'm starting to see people back up on the wood bench. Okay. If I put these here, can they work around that, or will that block them? That works. Okay, so we're getting everything stocked up and all that. Our carpentry production has been massively increased. We'll grab that because I want to keep both wood and metal stuff happening to split our responsibilities up. Okay, you get one more merchant offer per spot. No. Let's see. You earn a point for every item crafted by your blacksmiths. Oh, I see. So I'm already producing an uncommon good. I see. So I'm actually making a higher quality good than I need to. These are the ones that require the uncommon. And all it's saying is like, hey, you're using your more valuable points on less important things. Do you want to proceed? Yes, because it's going to be like a whole extra contract I can have going at the same time. So the answer is very yes. That's fine. So keep all those going. Okay, get that done. Get you queued up. And we can go to the contract, so I could literally level up everything. So I could go up to like the next higher one. We get lots of contracts for these, so I'm going to grab that one. Because I'm feeling like the answer... Well, no, I should probably... In hindsight, I probably should have just kept going up and up on the one item as able. Because it gives me the higher level of whatever it is, research. To then apply to it. And that higher level research then allows me to make the next thing faster as well. Craft 500 items. Cool, cool. Alright. So right now I'm trying to not expand until we get our supply buffer up. You can figure that out from there. Okay, so we did lose 2,000 something that day, but that's because we just bought a crap ton of resources to restock everything. Okay. The assistants are so much faster than everyone else. Okay, so we get a payout. Give me the big money. Because I'm also curious, where was the screen that we saw that... Yeah. Right, so it's the number of merchant offers is what gets me the better worker. So it almost feels like I don't want to just go on a hiring spree extremely aggressively like we had been, but rather try and hold out for like the special workers that, you know, give you a permanent, like, slight improvement to your payout, or slightly faster efficiency, or slightly reduced costs of supplies, or whatever they do. I don't know all the things. We've only seen one go of it. I'm also suspecting pretty soon... Yeah, pretty soon we're going to get the store over here, and the more offers and all that. Super workers. Occasionally you'll get a chance to hire a worker with 2 positive traits. Ah, so we're hands down just going to get better workers as time goes on. So we got a new blueprint. Love to see it. Alright, so we don't have anything wood this time, which sucks. And I do have enough to make more things. So if we look at our orders right now, I've got a nice little range. Let's go ahead and get the tomahawk upgraded. And we also got enough for 1 new blueprint. I've seen the metal scoop and all that come up, as well as the pitchfork. Let's grab the pitchfork. And the reason I went with that is I'm trying to get more wood commodities to try and balance out the different people. The first workers are going to unemployment line someday. Yeah, that is one of those things with the nature of this, where you have employees that are just hands down better that you unlock over time. It does feel like over time you'll replace your existing employees with the higher end ones, kind of thing. Alright, we got this order in. There, we got something wood we can make. It's got some interesting progression systems. I do think we might get ourselves another designer. Okay, so we now have a store for selling items to customers via racks and checkout counters. Alright. Besides crafting items for merchant offers, you can sell items in your shop to earn passive profit. Blacksmiths will craft items, assistants will display the items on racks, and customers will come buy the items. Okay. Let's slow down time again, because this is going to be a whole big thing. So, store. We will need a checkout counter. We will want a weapon rack. A different kind of weapon rack. I'm basically thinking we just get one of each type of display for right now and go from there. Customer bonus for decorations. Oh, you need $500 worth of decorations, lights, or carpets. Each rack in your store get a maximum bonus. Right, so if I boost the decorations on our stuff here, then we will get stuff going on there. Ah, apparently, so I see. So I would set you to be clubs. And I could set... Okay, so they're interestingly the same things. It's not the button I wanted, it's the button I pressed. Okay, so that's interesting. So then the idea here is I want to try and keep to the more valuable stuff we've got. But we'll want to get the store going. We will also need to hire in a new person, so we'll get a cashier. Communication skill is set higher, demands a higher wage. Yeah, so take this one. We have got an achievement for hiring 10 staff and for opening our own store. And so our cashier... have we actually exhausted the queue? Hey, Iggy, how's it going? Let's see, judging from the title alone, this game sounds up your alley. You swear you've seen those characters' models in like 6 other games already, though? Yeah, it definitely fits a certain aesthetic and all that. For those that don't know, Iggy made another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been doing some Indiana Jones, The Great Circle, Tomb Raider 2, and Metal Gear Solid 5 over there. It's definitely good times and all that good stuff, so check them out. Yeah, so if you want to be someone here, we do have a cashier spot open. That's fine. We'll leave it alone for a while, but if people want to get their name in the queue to be an employee, we can do that. Alright, so we made about $4,600 today. But the idea is we're going to start putting... There. There's Cinti assets, very popular asset pack for game dev. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of these asset packs that get used. There's nothing wrong with the asset packs. But yeah, it can be some things like the supermarket simulator style ones. Like, for example, you see a lot. Alright, so we got Kintaro. It's going to be the cashier in our place. Okay, before the day actually kicks off, we need to rearrange. So, let's get the shop. Let's maybe put the shop up in this little front area here. So we can move the smithy back over here a little bit more. For the moment, I'm gonna literally just drag it on over. There's the smithy stuff. For the carpentry stuff, we're going to shift that over to this side of the operation as well. It also gives me a chance to open the space up just a little bit more. Not quite as mashed on there. I could put that box on that side. Let's move you up here. Make a little bit of space so people can like cut in between here. And we also had for the store, we have the wall-based thing. Okay, so it can just hold more weapons. Alright, so we can leave that for now. Decorations-wise, we can have banners and all sorts of stuff. Chain decorations. Paintings. Alright, so we'll add a painting behind the cash register. Because apparently we hit 2,500. That's all it takes to, get a minor bonus, or 75, not a minor bonus, a massive bonus in the sale price of things. There are no Blacksmith crafting items for the racks. Okay. Let's check on our blacksmiths. Grab one of our general purpose blacksmiths. Crafting preference. Da 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 da. You craft for the racks. Okay. The thing you've seen it a lot. Not saying it's a big problem. It's a bit jarring to keep seeing the same style. Yeah. No, it's definitely one of those things that it can really take away from a game when you do see the same art assets again and again and again and again. Well, that's interesting. There's a warehouse here that we don't have anything with yet, but that's fine. That it can be... It's almost like a distraction is the way I'd phrase it. So it does feel like we should probably get more of these going. So store... And grab another one of these. Grab another one of those. Okay, so you've got the club. We've got the macenet, so put the pitchfork in there. You've got the scoop. You know, the kitchen knife. I still need a place for the tankard. That's not the tankard. The tankard. And I believe at that point I have everything for sale on the shop floor. Doesn't need the rack. Racks also need assistant. Oh, I also forgot to... I was going to, grab you. Actually, that one can stay there. I'll grab this one for right now. And drag it over here. I don't know if the racks need an assistant. We're gonna find out, I guess. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have one there. We need an assistant for the shop shelf. Let's see what happens with our one guy here. Because don't I have you? Yeah, crafting items for racks exclusively. So I think what's going to happen is he's going to load up stuff. And that once there's enough there, they will take it to the shelf. That's my assumption. I could be misunderstanding this. Because he's not preparing stuff for the sales, he's preparing it for the racks. It could also be something that if there's a order out there, that they just take it to the merchant order and ignore your store, like your assistants, I mean. But that's fine. I mean, if they're just buying my stuff straight up, I'll take a guaranteed sale over a maybe sale, even though we will probably get a much higher margin here. Alright. Okay, we got our big payout on there. There's the next big payout. Hey, Unic, how's it going? Alright, so it's slow down time because we got another order done. Get you on the queue. We can now upgrade our pitchforks. Now we just need to upgrade our torches, and then we are ready to take down the monarchy. And as a reminder, we do have a, like, hey, we're selling our first items. Cool. As a reminder, we do have, like, early access to this. Like, very early access to this game, which has been pretty awesome that the devs would do that. What are you doing here right now? So you're making wood items. So I want you to... That's fine. So we have, like, early access to it, so we have access to it before most even content creators have, which is part of the reason I wanted to go out of my way to stream today. Today is going to be a shorter than normal stream, because I do have to wake up very early tomorrow. But it is one of those things, if I didn't stream it today, I wasn't going to be able to take advantage of the fact that they gave me access to the game before most other people have it. And it's good to be able to, like, show it off and all that before we get there. So it does look like we're probably going to be scaling up here more soon. And honestly, it looks like we might just grab ourselves in our blacksmith. I'm not seeing any blacksmiths standing around with nothing to do. The boxes are a little bit behind, so we might need another assistant as well. Okay, how long is it till I unlock the next special person? It's long enough. So let's go ahead and bring in another blacksmith. So blacksmiths. Okay. So I can have it where they're bad at metalworking or they're bad at woodworking. If I have enough, I might just grab 2. And we grab 2. Alright. And thank you, Infinite Simplex, for the 60 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Catch the last 60 streams, not miss a single one. Dealing with a bad migraine, but it's past, thankfully. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad the migraine decided to leave you alone, because that's not a good time. Alright, so you're going to be focused on metalworking. Can I choose you? I kind of wish you could be like, hey, just do whatever needs doing. I know that's probably not the focus of this. Actually, you could go into design. I probably should have someone else working on design. That's fine. We'll manually deal with level ups. So for our next person here. Alright, we don't have anyone in the queue. I'm just not going to focus on that right now. Let's get everyone set up here. You will do woodworking. And you'll do metalworking. And for that matter, we could leave it like that for right now. Okay, so we did lose $680 there, but a big part of that is increasing what we've got going on. We definitely need another assistant because I'm looking at that and there's 18 things sitting in boxes. So let's get ourselves another assistant coming in here. So let's hire assistant. So I'm curious what says transferring ingots. We haven't seen much for need for that. So let's grab you. You're cheap and you don't level up fast, and that's perfect. So let's check out what we can set you for. So you'll take stuff from chest to restock racks. When there's no items for restocking racks, the assistants will carry them to the merchant carts. Ah. Okay, so we can't do ingots yet at all. We can't restock raw resources yet at all. And just you level up whatever you can. I mean, with that, this is probably not the right play. But get everyone loading up our shelves first. And then the other stuff second. That'll delay the rate we're getting these out. But I do get... Let's see. Your shop attracts approximately 35 customers per day. This number depends on the number of racks, number of distinct items displayed on the racks, and how well decorated the shop is. More information. I think... Do we have everything I can produce already on the shelves? Why do I feel like I'm missing something? Blueprints. So we've got the mace on the wall there. We got the tomahawk down here. We got the goblet up here. We got the knife there. We got the tankard here. We got the wooden pitchforks there. We got the wood clubs here. We got the scoops there. So we have all of our items listed. Alright. So you get more offers or occasionally smelting ores into ingots in a smelter. So we got a bunch of stuff just unlocked at the same time. So you get more merchant offers to choose from. Occasionally we get a worker with 2 positive traits. I feel like that's the bigger play. So that we can gradually get like super pawns to help us with stuff going. So pretty much what I've set it up is I've set it up to prioritize my store here. And then we can worry about our stuff. So this will be probably a day we technically lose money because I just restocked a bunch of our stuff. That's what I'm expecting is going to happen next, is we will reduce our ingot cost, but I'll have to smelt the ingots in-house. Hey, we made 10 sales in our store. I'm also assuming when it comes to your in-store sales, you get a lot more benefit from having the higher quality stuff researched than otherwise. I'm also going to lean into getting another design person going. So we get that one and that one. New blueprint, yes. New blueprint, yes. But let's go down here. We can grab another design bench. And for that matter, can I move it while you're using it right now, or is it the same rule? I can. Okay, so we got that moved. Is there an easy way to see how much room I got, how many benches I have staff for? I feel like we got to be running up to our limit on the staffing. So let's go staff. Get our bench back there. Employees. We can hire another person. We want an ideas person. Yeah, you'll be perfect. Scott here, perfect. You're made for this, Scott. So Scott here, you are going to be on design. I also notice there's trade routes, which will be curious. Are we making blacksmith wooden picture heresy? Only metal bonkers allowed. Look, but we need people to go and have their wooden pitchforks and torches. That way they can go and, yell about the patriarchy and taking down the monarchy and, all that sort of stuff. But we're not complicit with any of that. We're just taking care of economics. Alright, so we're starting to hit a bottleneck on the cooling tub thing. Okay, and we can upgrade our recipe. We're definitely going to upgrade the tankard. And we can get ourselves another thing. So we can get another merchant. We'll just keep unlocking them as they go. Alright, so we get another merchant recipe popping in here. Because if we get these, we can get our, super employee or whatever. Periodically, just the one that they give a permanent benefit. So, this is the only one we've got so far. And they literally give us a 5% increased payout on all merchant rewards, which is fantastic. That'd make for a fun event if the devs wanted to be less serious tone, having an angry mob turn up and buy the pitchforks. Oh, have a bunch of events running in the thing? Alright, so we burnt about $3,000-4,000 in that day, and now it's just a matter of the fact that I resupplied, and resupplying is really costly. I do really like, because the assistants are so much faster, the start of the day where it's just this sprint, and the 3 assistants zip ahead of everybody else. Okay, so we completed that contract for the cash. Unlocks a painting for purchase in the shop. I don't care about that. Get some wood stuff going on in there, so we keep the workload split between the wood and the metal. Yeah, so I'm not noticing any obvious bottlenecks. The furnaces here, they're not tying up all three. Same with the hammers. The water barrels there. All 4 of our carpentry benches are not getting used at the same time. The boxes aren't getting overfilled, which is good. So it seems to be relatively okay. Now, granted, there's always room to hire more better. But yeah, genuinely, it looks like probably afford to hire 1 more carpenter. Or 1 more catch-all. You walk slower, which is pretty bad. That's always the catch with a lot of those. Is the movement speed is always a rough one. I'm gonna reroll because it's so cheap. Yeah, you're perfect because yours is just designed as your only negative. Oh wait, actually we got a double positive. Attracts more customers and good at woodworking. Sold. You are hell of expensive to hire. Oh, that's literally called a super worker. Okay, so honestly, I will tell you to you make for the carts. Let's see. Most expensive first? Deal. Have an event for Twitch mods buying hammer by it, and channel VIPs and founders buying armor. Yeah, and that was I was also mentioning with the way that they've got the way they got a lot of the stuff in game, just kind of really would set itself up well for Twitch integration. Alright, so don't have anything wood that needs to be produced right now. We did get ourselves a new blueprint, so we're going to go ahead and we'll grab the new blueprint first. I'm going to add the longbow on there, since that's another wood thing, and we're going to immediately make it uncommon quality. Oh, there's actually a thing for showing. That stuff's not displayed. Store. And we now have the longbow for display in our store. All right. And we got another bit of research. Smelting enables ores to be smelted into ingots in a smelter. Alright. To smelt ingots, you need an ingot smelter, which takes ores as input, produces ingots as output. All of this is handled by your assistants, who will also deposit the produced ingots into the ingot storage. Gotcha. Okay, so let's slow things down so we can get that sorted out. So we've got the ore crates. Right now I'm going to put that over here, maybe. So let's see. These are the ore crates. Let's get one of those for right now. There's the smelters. So we'll start with that, because I have no context of what we need. So that's iron ore. We're going to max it out. So the assumption is this will greatly reduce the cost of our ingots, and probably the amount of time I have to spend on it. So we'll add a new hired person. So let's go ahead and hire 2 assistants. So moving fast is the most important thing for an assistant. And we'll grab the XP. Alright, I'm gonna need our bench, so you here, you craft ingots. And go ahead and finish that contract. Fine, do the pitchforks to the painting. I don't really want the painting. What is your deal? What's going on here? Oh, it's after midnight. I was like, why are you not working? These cost like nothing, so I'm just smacking them down. Don't have to worry about it for a while. Okay. Yeah, because it's end of day. Alright, so you made about 3,500. That's good news. So I still need to hire an assistant to move this. Let's also shift you a little bit closer. Oh, I see. Actually, that's fine. I didn't realize there's that much space in that tile. Alright. Okay. So now I need to hire one more assistant real fast. Can carry 2 extra items in their bag. Count me in on that. That sounds amazing. So honestly, you stay on this, and we'll have JD switch to transferring ingots. Wait, what? Okay. So what I want to do... It's fine. Just stick to what you're doing. Never mind. I'm assuming they're emptying that out on their own. I don't have to actually worry about it. I think the idea is I could have them crafting a ton of ingots back here, and then they'd bring the stuff over as needed. So I actually have more people than I need. Alright, so what we can do here is, because you're not able to keep up, then we can go to JD, and you can hop on crafting for right now. Alright. To try and keep the ingots rolling. Okay, so we got another thing to upgrade things, so go ahead and do the Iron Goblet. So we got one more thing to upgrade to get everything off of Uncommon. Let's see, or the warehouse if you have overflow. Yeah, I'm assuming we'll have the warehouse will be a way to bring in large scale amounts of stuff, so instead of having to go to these ones and right click and spam them a whole bunch like I have to do to get my materials and all that, that we'll be able to like bulk order to get it more cost effective, but then have the extra thing of having to have someone like run it into the building and all that. Alright, order finished on the axes. Got a bunch of money. We'll go ahead and probably grab you. Because anytime it offers me a blueprint, I think we should prioritize that. Because that lets us expand the store, which gives us more customers, which would give us more money, yada yada. Or if you get this mine research. Yeah, or if there's like research for a mine. There probably is at a certain point. So you gained a level. You work on woodworking. Right, and I wanted to add this because you didn't start off with stats for that. But to manually give you points until you reach that point. Am I seeing a red icon there? Oh no, it's just your hair's screaming red. I understand. Alright. You know what you're joining? Oh, you can get a character named after you. And I actually have multiple free, too. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab the wood spears here. Starting to get a bunch of stuff that I don't have the contracts for. Decoration. Oh, I need even more decoration to make our people happy. Okay. I don't know where to put half this stuff. On decorations that aren't so space consuming. Yeah, so have those be on there. Let's grab the fireplace. Even if it makes no sense here. It seems like this whole area is considered part of the, part of it, so... There we go. So basically we get a customer bonus for all that by just adding more people. Alright, so let's get back in. We got some people going through here, so Scott here is not named. So we'll go ahead and hit that, since I know we got some more names here. So we got Doppel Ganger. You get to be one of our assistants. No, you're one of our researchers. We can grab this guy here, and that'll be one of our other ones. So the very last Lardine, you get to be one of our blacksmiths. Alright. Okay, so made a little bit of money today. Now everyone's finishing their current tasks and ready for the next day. Yeah, so we're not getting as many of our merchant contracts done. The orders are just getting larger and larger. And I probably need to just keep scaling up the operation. But I'm expecting us to get new materials where I'm going to need to be scaling in different ways. So, like, you know, have different ingots I need, that kind of thing. So I'm kind of holding for that. Unlocks the oak forest. Yes. We have unlocked the oak forest. Let's slow down time. We now have all of our current recipes are at least at uncommon level. What? What? So we got this, a bedroll, a saw for cutting logs, and chopping wood. Okay, so we have lumberjacks. So hire a lumberjack. We'll take the one... I'll grab two of them. That's probably a mistake to grab two right away. The big curiosity I have, so... They do that. Restock raw materials. Alright. So let's go ahead and bring in another assistant. And you are going to restock raw materials. You will focus on the wood. Okay, so we apparently We apparently also are going to be running a like lumber operation as well. Huh? Why are these birds so aggressively fast? From while the iron's hot. I don't remember that. Like, I remember playing while the iron's hot, but it's just... most of the quotes that pop in my head, I'm like, oh, that's exactly where that quote came from. Like, so far as, like, what the context was. I mean, obviously, it was a fast bird. Okay, so you work on metal stuff. There you go. And also the mine. So I don't have the mine yet. I have the lumber place now. But we didn't get access to the mine yet. Okay, we've got... you. That's a lot of research on that R1, too. Okay, so with that, we get a new blueprint. I've seen the ladle come up a lot, so let's get the ladle on here. And so with that, we should go to our store. Why are you bouncing? Oh, I think it's telling me I can upgrade this? No? I have no idea. That's for weapons. I need this. You can have the ladles. And then I need a bit more decoration, because always. Why are you bouncing? So, I appreciate, game, that you're trying to communicate to me something, but I don't know what that means. So you are designing. The satisfaction of knowing tomorrow is that one of your crappy coworkers' last day. Especially a coworker who's been wandering around, touching things, creating more work for you. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm thinking what I need is I probably need another regular old blacksmith working on the stuff going there. Sorry, when I say blacksmith, someone who's going to do woodworking, but a woodworking blacksmith. How close are we to getting another super one? Let's wait for it. I only need to finish 2 more deliveries, and then we get another, like, super blacksmith or super employee or whatever. So we'll wait for the super employee to see what we can get. Because I'm guessing what that's trying to tell me down here is I'm guessing this is saying, hey, you're so far behind in your orders, this has been out of stock for a while. Okay, so we got you. We got a cash payout. I'm gonna take the one for the research. I know there's the one that's just straight up cash, but it's a time limited one. And the cash is doing relatively okay right now. You're an assistant? What do you got going on here? Okay, so you carry stuff from the forest. How's the forest going? Oh, I'm assuming they wait till the cart is full, and when the cart is full. Alright, so there's the ladle upgraded. You don't have enough of the following material. Oak. Ah, I see. That's what it's been warning me of. So yeah, we can go ahead and go here. Put in our shelf. Alright. Resource added to the warehouse, 36. Oh, is it at the end of the day the people bring the resources to the warehouse and that's people go back and forth? Alright, so there's the blueprint. I'll take the big old stack of research. And we get our choice of blacksmith, so we have all skills are maxed out. All blacksmiths walk at the same speed while carrying as they do while empty-handed. Refreshing potential workers when hiring is limited to 300. Merchants give extra money. So this feels like I should have at least one person doing this so that they don't take any movement speed penalties, because holy crap, that sounds amazing. So welcome aboard you. Like getting more money is certainly also a big win. Oh, we also got a new blueprint. Sure, metal scoop. I don't care. So bear with me for a moment. We got a bunch of stuff happening at the same time. Unlock the mines. Alright, we'll get that here in a moment. There's too many things going on. Alright. So we have all these things. Same idea as the other one. We get the pickaxe. Actually, you got your torch. You've got your rest area. There's a pickaxe rack. Oh, you cost 5,000. I should have paid attention. That's still fine. But also, ow. So higher. Miners. So, rest faster. Good enough for me. And mines faster. Cool, so we get ourselves 2 people mining. So that's good. Let's go back over here again. Alright, so... Right, we got our new hire. There's too many things happening all at once. Okay, so you do wood things, confirm, set you to automatically level the highest. Alright, get out of my face. Right, so we did get our new blacksmith, who is you. So we're gonna have you, all skills equally, craft for the racks, and you're gonna go ahead and do that to help with the store problems. Resource available in the warehouse, that's fine. I believe we do have someone who is dragging stuff from the warehouse over. Yeah, they are. They just have to walk the whole way around. It's fine, it won't hurt their back too much. Oh, wait, we need another shelf. So for the shelf, I need store. And we can go ahead and put the metal scoop on there. I'm just gonna slap down our bookshelf back here. I almost feel like it should make what's effectively an office up top and just toss all the decorations in there, because it doesn't seem like the decorations need to be anywhere near the store part of it. So it almost feels like build a second floor, have like a dedicated, you know, it's our office, but it's really just where we toss all that stuff. Alright, so you need a new thing here. So there's nothing special there, so we'll choose the one that pays the most. Now we got our new schematic. So we're gonna get a butcher's knife. And we get a bunch of research stuff. And you pay really well. Should grab something that uses wood. That's fine. We will go ahead and upgrade the butcher's knife. And the metal scoop. And on top of that, we can go ahead and we will upgrade the longbow as well. Bumping our first thing up to rare quality. Okay, so that means I need a butcher's knife for one of these. Then go here, go store, go to the shelves. Go to you. Butcher's knife. And then it wants us to put down more decorations for the bonus. Alright. Now I imagine once they introduce other ore for us to do, we're going to have some pain there. We're just getting more and more customers. Another thing we probably want to do is let's go back to our construction again. An actual here build. Let's put a door over there to save some people some walking space. Alright, so I'm assuming I have to knock that all down and do it. That's fine. Yeah, that way when the person comes in to resupply, they can just cut through here and not have to walk the whole way out and around, and then back in and the whole way out and around and back. Okay. It'd also be interesting to build a second floor and maybe put the thing. To conceptualize how badly understaffed your work is currently, when you showed up about 2 months ago, you were being trained by someone who was there 2 weeks longer than you. It's gotten worse. But you are getting a new manager in a couple of weeks. Gotcha. So we technically lost $100 this in-game day. So that's not too terrible. We get a bunch of new resources in the warehouse. And the ingots are keeping up, the wood's keeping up, our assistants are keeping things emptied. We are hitting a point that we have a bottleneck on our anvils. So let's try and adjust this so we can slide you over here. And let's grab another anvil. And see how much that can help. Because that's the thing I'm trying to watch for is people standing around. That's where we have our bottlenecks. Sell 100 items from the shop. That's fine. So we've got the ore. We do have an assistant that grabs stuff from there. Oh, right. You just grab wood. I need a separate assistant to grab stone. Okay, so let's grab ourselves another assistant. Assisted... Attracts less customers is pretty awful. Yeah, it's fine. So you're gonna restock raw materials. You're gonna grab iron ore. Okay. And we have recipes upgrading. So let's go grab our wooden clubs. Start moving everything up to the rare quality. And there's a pretty good chance that I will need to increase our mining operation. Because these two have been going absolutely full bore. And they are slowly losing ground to the blacksmith so far as materials. But just barely. Okay, we got one of these done. There's a bunch of the improvement points. We'll get the gamble box. And we can take something up higher. So let's go ahead and bump the longbow all the way up to epic. Make the wooden scoop rare. And we've unlocked a new thing. Discounted ores, so prices to restock are reduced. Okay, so that'll be the second one. Elite worker boost. Fewer merchant offers needed for the next boost. How far does this research go? It goes pretty high. Oh, then we'll get pottery and jewelry and up to 5 floors. Better smelting and all that. We have you upgraded. Just... all skills equally. That's fine. We got another thing to upgrade. We can upgrade the pitchforks to rare. Yeah, so I see that that's empty. I'm going to let it sit for a minute, because the day's over anyways. And I just want to see if, like, how much ore we get in there. I suspect with our mine, we have to expand our mine. Yes, we got 44 ore coming in from the mine. That's nowhere near enough to get through the day. So let's go check out on our mine. So what do I have to do to increase the capacity? Like, what is our limiter here? If we go there. So that's rest. Miners deliver ore here. It's not implying there's an actual limit on the delivery amount. It's more what they can mine in that time. So I guess we're just going to hire another person to mine. Sure. You'll see how much a difference that makes. What I am curious is we got this limited space here. Will it be a thing that... oh no, it's they hit it and each time it goes to 0, they get ore. I understand. It's about to be like, oh man, if we run out, that's a problem. So I think 3 people mining is all we can handle right now, unless you're able to expand the mine, which I'm guessing from the way this looks, probably. But that's okay. Alright, so I guess we really do need to probably just expand our operation more. So you gained more XP. You gained more XP. So you're a woodworker. There we go. This delivery's done for a big pile of cash. $7,000. Yep. Yeah, these orders are getting really big. Still don't really know why that's bouncing. Don't know. They'll either figure it out or they won't. Okay. So, what I'm realizing here is we definitely need more operational stuff going on here. We have another book going on here. Fewer merchant offers need to be completed for elite employees. That seems like an easy one. People are leveling up. Customers will wait longer in line. All skills equally, because I have no idea. So, what I'm thinking we end up doing is... do we already have the second floor? Rack 2, second floor. So we're right about to get the second floor. So let's keep this going until we get the second floor. And what I'll do then is I'll make the second floor the store. We'll put all our decorations up here. That way we can use the lower area to have even more production kind of stuff. Okay, so we open the box. You reach in with anticipation, but pull out scraps and trinkets of little use. The chest's worth is only a humble 4,700. Burn it. Burn it all with fire. Okay, so if we make that, that should give me a ton of, like, the really high level research things, whatever. But see, at some point when playing the demo, you just moved and redid everything in the middle of the night. Alright, Lardine. You get that sleep. It does suck when you have to, like, do the multiple rounds of sleep. Yeah, no, I fully expect what's going to end up happening is once we unlock that second floor, I will just move everything up. Alright, Tankard's getting leveled up to rare. So that'll be good. So money is already not really that big of an object. But again, this is the early preview of the early access, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's like little bits of balance things that need to be figured out. It's probably also those things that there are other types of ore. I don't think I saw... Do I see the other types of ore on here? Yeah, there are. We're actually pretty close to that. Okay, ridiculous amount of money day. Yes, so 61 ore got delivered. Probably one of the things I'm going to need to do is second one of those. I'm going to stock that up myself and let the other one get stocked from the warehouse. New recipe, so we'll go ahead and grab that. So how close am I to getting the second floor? Oh, that's rare quality. I missed that part. Okay. So. What we might do is, once we get this in-game day done, take the carpentry setup over here, maybe move it down here. I'll move one of the anvils around, get ourselves 6 anvils, 6 of these. You get the whole idea there. We probably also need another box. Yeah, that's where our bottleneck is right here. If you're watching, they'll all queue up out of here, and then they all wait their turn to put stuff into the box there. Yeah, so I think we'll end up doing is shifting that all over. Yeah, so we'll take the lumber area, we'll move that down here for now. We'll move this around to this side. Maybe put these boxes on the end here. Yeah, you had like 4 boxes? Yeah, no, I remember I had to do a lot of expanding there. Okay, and we already got the bows done. Love to see it. Another blueprint we can unlock. Enable hiring of more skilled workers. That's fine, because that's the last of the gray quality stuff, and all the other ones require better. Yeah, it's curious because they only have one more blueprint listed. Okay, we got someone else who's leveled up. You do woodworking. I'll leave you on manual until that woodworking's at its highest. And you can go ahead and get the ladle upgraded. For these upgrades, I'm literally just upgrading any of them. Maybe new blueprints when you get ore? Probably. That's what I would guess, is we can get, like, the copper version of certain things, or copper will have its own set of things you make. We'll see when we get there. Okay, and we got another person who's leveled up. Lumberjack is leveled up. So... keep them all balanced. I do appreciate that once you level them up, you can be like, hey, distribute these evenly, that kind of thing. Alright, so I am seeing a problem that I need to hire another assistant. And I'll grab you. And you are going to work on moving oak logs. Because we are having the problem where we aren't getting the stuff moved out of the warehouse here fast enough. Alright, so before we start the next day, because I will 100% do that if I don't jump on this now. Like I said, let's go over here. Grab all of you. And honestly, with the money I have coming in now, we'll just grab 2 more of these. And grab that box there. Scoot you over here for a minute. Grab this box here. Okay, so we do have all of that coming in. So let's grab you. Let's get this out of the way. We got you. Alright, so now that. I'll honestly just move these over here, just wherever. I'm not too worried about it. Okay, so let's see how that works for next in-game day. So basically, we did a massive expansion on our smithing area and a minor expansion on our lumber area. There's a good chance I'll end up needing more assistance to move stuff around and all that, but we can see when we get there. Oh, and we got another thing down here. Second floor. And everything is trying to grab my attention at the same time. Okay, you want my attention because you leveled up. You work in metalworking, so let's do that. Confirm, do this. High skill first. Good to go. Get you out of here. You want me to build stairs, at which point I can build 2 different styles of stairs. We'll deal with that in a moment. Probably the end of day, like in-game day, we'll deal with that. I'm gonna go ahead. Ooh, let's grab that one. All right. So I could potentially benefit from having another blacksmith or 2. Can't tell if the assistants are keeping up or not. I am seeing this one box back here falling behind. Which I'm honestly curious when they're going to come by and grab stuff out of it. So I'm taking it as we need another assistant. Okay, so let's grab ourselves another assistant. Assistant, hire, assistant. We can have them getting XP slower because honestly it's not that big a deal. We will keep you restocking orders. That's fine. Okay. There are blacksmiths or shelves in store, maybe? Probably. That wouldn't honestly be a bad idea. Oh, and we got upgrade materials, so let's go ahead and we'll just toss the mace. Can't do it. Toss the knife on there. Yeah, so we can go ahead and grab another blacksmith. It's not a bad idea. So, let's see what we've got here. So, you can go ahead and do that. We're grabbing 2, actually. So you will take care of shelf orders. And then you will take care of shelf orders. The box that's falling behind could be set to hold and store stuff. Because you saw a few in your metalworkers using it. Oh, it's a long walk for them. Yeah. Well, I think what happened is I think another person was blocking these boxes, so the next nearest box is to go down here versus going the whole way around there. So I think it was just too many people trying to go to too few boxes. Or rather, the boxes... You get the idea. I think it'll be alright. What we'll probably do at the end of this in-game day, like I said, is I'll go over here and I'll just shove the staircase up here somewhere, make our second floor, get that starting to go and have stuff. Lumberjack, you have a level. Just level it all. We have the cart. Give me my blueprint. Give up a blueprint. So let's go grab our new blueprint. Cool. We can upgrade that immediately. And we can get a hiring discount. Let's slow down time. We also have another contract. $9,000. Yes, please. So I did notice when we got that next blueprint option, it didn't do anything. It still got the number up there, so that could mean that when we tier up, we'll get the next thing. So we do have the grill fork. Let's go ahead and go store. Plunk you down. Don't worry about that in a minute. Decorations. There you go. And we made a bunch of money. Alright, so once the workers are clear. Now the downside is by putting the store upstairs. Good thing. Let's see, in the staff screen, can you click and drag things to another task? Like drag a blacksmith or shelves? Yes. I can go here and go boom and drop. I've just gotten used to hopping into the menu and doing it. Let's get everyone away from what they're doing. Okay. So, with this, let's grab you. Get out of the way. Stairs. Trying to figure out how to make you go away. How do I make you not exist? We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, stairs. So we got that style stairway, and we got our spiral stairs. Cool. And so with that, we can go to the construction, build, not sure how we do what we want. How make go up? Ah, here we go. Okay. That is not what I had in mind, but okay. Okay, so we can go here. I don't think the windows even matter. They don't cost me money. I think it's just literal decoration. And all that. So we're adding a second floor. So for the second floor, we can go ahead and do all this. You can grab your used stuff. Grab our decorations real fast. Alright, so I'm just moving all this stuff over here. Having ourselves a little decorated corner. In the decorated corner we can have all that stuff, that's fine. We'll put fireplace over there. I'm honestly fine with keeping the statues there. Okay, and this is merchandise. All right. Imagining this will be a thing that down the road we'll I can't tell it all with that. We'll want other things. So let's grab you because I will forget you're there. Yes, I'm assuming stuff like these ones that have only one direction that you can grab stuff from them, we'll probably ultimately want to stop using those. That's why we can actually put it like this. Okay, so we got a bunch of merchandise all there, which opens up a huge spot here. Now, what I'm not sure is this spot, how that works. So let's... Okay, so it did make the staircase for me already. Alright, but before we begin, let's go ahead. We've got a bunch more space to work with. Let's work on sliding these all around. So grab all of this, chuck it over here. Just trying to open up more space because I know I'm going to have to expand a lot of things here. Because one thing I could do now is I could expand more this way. The store will be beautified in areas the customers will never see. Yes, I mean, the beautification isn't for the customers. It's for me. Alright. Somebody gained a level, that'd be you. Alright. So, the things we got coming up is we can get an extra cart here soon, extra racks, more offers, the copper mine, and advanced metalworking. So this will be probably our big thing here, is the advanced metalworking. That's most likely what is holding us up from getting more things going on. So part of me feels like I should wait on any major overhauls of the place. So what do you do here? You carry oak. What do you do here? Ah, right. So the reason why the two who do oak aren't getting very far is they just don't have enough things that need oak being produced. Because all the contracts I grabbed were metal ones. So I gotta be careful about that. To make sure we're taking contracts that, but man, the money we're producing is real absurd. Topping some of it off because it's fallen behind. Right, I guess we probably need another smelter here, don't we? So we can go ahead and grab ourselves another smelter. Even though I probably don't need it, put another one of those as a buffer. We can hire ourselves another assistant. Okay, we got one of the good super assistants or whatever. So let's grab them and you craft ingots. Alright, we got more things we can upgrade, so let's get the tomahawk set up to rare. But yeah, so I could expand my blacksmithing a little bit more to keep things moving. It's just the current situation we have right now of I don't think that actually solves a lot of our issues. That upgrading the blacksmith another extra set of things when we're probably right about to have our next upgrade tier, whatever you want to call it. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be a big thing. And we got one person who's running up and downstairs just supplying things as quickly as they can to the store. Which has got to be wonderful, lugging a bunch of metal things in a burlap sack upstairs and downstairs all day is your job. Not only stairs, a spiral staircase. Okay, so we actually lost a bunch of money. That is not a surprise. We did just overhaul the entire building. And did a massive resupply of a bunch of things. So start the next day. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the mine. So I don't think two people can work on the same spot at the same time. And the pickaxe rack makes them better. I know it says it's just decoration, but whatever. So it might just be that's what we could do with the mines for right now. So we should be getting... Yeah, we just got that one ready for delivery. Okay, so let's keep grabbing the ones that... We want something wood. So let's get the clubs. So focus on the ones that are wood for right now, because that we have a bunch of people who can do woodworking and are good at it, and they're just not doing it because there's not been any jobs for woodworking. So it should help with that. Alright. But yeah, no, honestly, I'm very much enjoying this. It's not a game that I anticipate putting, like, hundreds of hours in anytime soon. I will probably want to wait until, you know, it's not early access or as much far along, like, near finished. That's just a thing for me. For those who don't know, I'm pretty vocal about that. While I understand and acknowledge the need for early access for a lot of people to be able to fund their games and all that, as someone who's played a lot of early access, I really want to be able to just hop into games and play through them. Okay, so we got this one available. Now, I'm kind of leaning towards... Do we wait and let this keep stacking up? Nah, it's fine. We'll do that. Get it out of the way. And then we can get this one. Yeah, so it's 500 is what we need for that one. And we got the better store shelves. So let's go back upstairs real fast. And see if I can just, like, in place level these up. Thought I saw the option there. Better tool shelves. I was kind of hoping I could... Was the little tables that we saw the option to upgrade them? I know I clicked on one of these and it was like... Gave me the option to just be like, upgrade, and it was just like, hey, you don't have what you need to do that. Alright, well, how much does a difference does this make? So if I were to choose that shelf, and then go here, and say, okay, you carry butcher knives now. I'm also... Ah, there we go. Alright, so I honestly, admittedly, don't really want to go through and replace all my shelves. Like, I acknowledge that these ones are better, I am acknowledging that. But I kind of just don't want to deal with that right this second, of just going to each... Click on the item icon. That didn't seem to do it. Yeah. I'd rather be able to just click and choose upgrade or something like that. It's worth doing, but right now money is just, like, irrelevant to me for the time being. Okay, so we gained a bunch of money today. That's fine. Alright. And this is actually a normal problem you run into with a lot of Tycoon games. If you take your time and you get things set up well to be economic and you don't just massively expand really fast, it's not uncommon that either... Basically, they end up going one of two ways. Either one, you end up with a situation where you're stuck waiting on the money coming in, that you're like, I'd like to do the next thing, I've already got the spot planned out, and you're just fast-forwarding, waiting for the money to arrive. Or they're like this one, where the economics are a bit more generous, so if you kind of approach it with like competency and all that, you suddenly find yourself just swimming in cash. And it's really tricky to find a balance between there. Usually a lot of the way games work around that is they'll have like event kind of stuff. I just realized one of these boxes has got like 30 items and 20 items in there. We need more assistants. So assistants, hire, assistant. Sure and sure. Okay. It's a lack of events that, like events you think you get to make it get out of control. Nothing to force you to do suboptimal things and spend more. Yeah. Right, I kind of agree that, like we mentioned earlier, having events, like whether or not it's a thing that, oh, well, this item's worth less now, or this item's worth more now temporarily, you got that kind of stuff, or, oh, there's a shortage on ore, so ore costs more. You know, those kind of things, or like, oh, there was like a, you know, a big festival going on today, so no customers today kind of thing. Like, there's a whole bunch of different things you can do to kind of just finagle stuff around. But that's all stuff I can imagine coming along as this goes through its early access. But the events or cost materials go up per tier once the next thing. Yeah, no, it could also be that we start being able to craft better stuff, but the better stuff just the overhead is very significant. Yeah, those are still how we hire our super people, so we want those. I'm mostly just choosing the wood ones because that was falling behind. Okay, we got another thing we can unlock. So we can unlock an extra cart to get more merchant slots. I'm going to not do that right now. I'm not feeling an immediate need for that. I'd rather try and go for the advanced metalworking, because that's going to give me new things to do. Oh, good. I can just kind of mouse over this and see it. Yeah, so once that hits 500, we can get the next thing going there. Alright. But yeah, there's a lot of ways they can move with this. And I actually, for the record, I haven't seen their roadmap or anything like that. I'm willing to bet that could answer a bunch of questions. Which is fine. I'll go ahead and choose just to grab those. And that's going to let me take another thing up to Epic. And one thing to Rare. So the merchant contracts for the research stuff, the design, that seems to be kind of my big moneymaker so far as progressing things there. But yeah, there's definitely more here than there was in the demo. Like, I feel like with the demo, we got just to the point of being able to smelt the ore here. And that was kind of the end of it. So if we looked at the tech tree equivalent, it would have been around... Yeah, it would have been around this area, I think, is where the demo ended. Like, I feel like we only got up to the second, like, uncommon quality stuff. I could be wrong in that. Versus we clearly have all this stuff here, like we can get a basement silver mine. We could apparently get cauldrons and all that to improve a bunch of stuff. We'll be able to make bronze and sterling silver and gold. Trade routes, which is an interesting one. The best way to acquire some very special resources to complete trade routes. Yeah, so basically we'll have a special chest that we have someone, like, trade stuff to neighboring towns and caravan and all that. Alright, getting close. We're about 100... No, it'd be... Right, I can't use the light blue research on that. I have to do the dark blue. So we are about 100-ish research, which is just every item we make gives us 1 point there. We're about 100 items behind that. So it should be relatively soon. Oh, we got another one of these done. I just make that, because that guarantees me the good stuff. Yeah, so probably one more in-game day, we will unlock the advanced metalworking, and we get to see what's all locked behind that gate. I do imagine it's a thing that once you kind of outgrow the first floor, so far as your blacksmithing and all that, I can imagine that's where you start really having to worry about the logistics of pathing. Because just having to run to your 1 or 2 points to go up and down between the floors, and the extra walk time going up and down, that is going to probably significantly increase the number of assistants and all that you'd have to manage it. So it'd be a matter of figuring out what things are the most important for getting moved around. I can also see it being a thing that we get, like, a big chunk of this floor just deals with smelting and all that. Because we do actually have a setup where we can have an assistant carry stuff from one ingot spot to another. So I could absolutely see it being like you have a dedicated floor for one of those processes and another one for the next one. Sure. All skills equal, that's fine. Got 19 more points. 5 more points. Technically, this day's done. Will we get the last 4? 3, 2, 2. Alright, so it'll be very beginning of the next in-game day. We will get those last 2 points. One, and here we go. Unlock advanced metalworking. Alright, so let's slow down time. So, with that, we got new blueprints. We got a pickaxe. We got a wood hammer. Let's like unlock here. You don't have a workbench. Okay. So we go over here and we've got workbench for assembling. Ah, okay, so this is like we combine our woodworking and our other stuff. We'll go with that right now because I don't know what else we need. And now we can go in here. Yeah, so you take 2 wood and you take a wood and all that. So you probably go and go upstairs real fast. And store. We have a level 2 shelf there. Level 2 shelf there. And then go here to decorations. I know it's more than I need, but now I don't have to worry about it for a while. And also we go here, and you will get the pickaxe. Ah, I see. Well, in that case, we'll put the wood scoop there. And then we can go to the construction thing. Grab you, delete you, grab that. Store, grab the tier 2 shelf here. And we got the wood mallet there. Cool. Alright, so we can go back downstairs. So yeah, my assumption of what we're going to see now is we're going to have people run over here and do both the processes. Yep, okay, so they are starting to work on it. Right, so I think what they're doing is some of them are going to make handles. And they'll bring the handle over there, and then they'll make the head to the hammer. So that is going to be a thing that there's now multiple stages to it that go into it. Which does mean for the what your product you're getting out of it, it's way more labor involved. And we have another person who's leveled. You are... What are you doing here again? You're crafting for the racks. That's fine. So do that. Skills equally. That's fine. And how close are we to... Alright, one more contract, and then we get a another super person. So we'll go ahead and just let that one more happen. Because it looks like I don't actually need that many of these benches. That the issue is going to be entirely waiting on, you know, people to, 1, take the task on, and then 2, actually put stuff there. So we'll get the pickaxe upgraded. And I suspect what's going to happen is now we're going to start seeing our merchant requests being these more advanced things. And it's going to massively drag down the speed of me being able to finish some of those. Okay, and... Alright, so we've got all skills maxed. All workers move 10% faster. We get a slightly more money. So we've already got this effect here, but I don't have the all workers move faster, because the all workers move faster sounds amazing, because it frankly is. So we'll go ahead and grab that, and that's you. All skills evenly, and honestly, just do your thing. Oh, and you've got you, extra card available. So we can go down here, complete that one, grab something that requires wood. Sure, I don't even care right now. Because yeah, we get a lot of materials, all that. People leveling up. Wait. Do you craft for the racks? Alright. Complete your 25th day. So we're getting a bunch of that done. It does seem like a lot of the stuff is starting to keep up. We're actually falling a little bit behind on the wood. So let's go take a look at that. Can I hire in another lumberjack and have that make any kind of sense? Probably. So let's hire a lumberjack. Cool. That's a self-sorted problem. Assistants, you can go here. Go back to the blacksmith. Yeah, there's definitely some good stuff in here. Okay, so we're getting those already caught up to rare where everything else is. I keep wanting to see, like, I've seen them put a couple of tools on here. Well, that's probably because it's only going to be the people trying to make the stuff for the store upstairs, because none of my merchant orders have anything to do with the more advanced stuff going on here. But yeah, now, for those who didn't see what this game is, this is Blacksmith Master. They had a demo in Next Fest last year. This is like an early preview. Most content creators who do have access won't have it for a little while longer, which is a big reason why I wanted to do it today. It's not often you get that opportunity to be like one of the first ones to have access to something. It is releasing on early access, I believe, on the 15th. Which this is the version you will, or I mean, they might have bug fixes, but you know, content-wise, this is the version you should be getting on the 15th, if I'm not wrong, which should be pretty good. For the record, they're not sponsoring. There's no money involved in any of this, directly, indirectly, or otherwise. Okay, so we got the box. Not every chest holds greatness. This one offers a simple, forgettable set of items worth mere 3,000. Cool, man. I was seeing if they had any other ones. Well, if we choose that one, they'll keep making the higher, whatever these are, materials. Yeah, if we get 200, we get the ability to smelt bronze, steel, and all that. This is always one of the places I kind of run into a snag when I play games like this. So, for all intents and purposes, I should be continuing to expand my shop. But just making bigger to make bigger is usually one of the places where I kind of drag my feet. Because, you know, you want like the next tech upgrade, the next whatever. That's fine. And so I'd like to leave the space open for use with other stuff. Okay, more offers from merchants to choose from. Sure, why not? Well, actually. So interestingly, this is gated by the epic quality, and then it drops back down to the rare quality. Interesting. So grab that for right now. But we need to get more of the epic quality. And a big part of that is honestly just going to be keeping our stuff going. I'm just topping those off real fast. Okay, so we're falling behind on this. And that's where we're starting to bottleneck on the mine and all that. And I haven't seen much opportunity to expand that. I'm assuming that's going to be locked behind our tech tree as well. Or rather, what we'll probably do is as we get copper and silver and all those, that'll likely be entirely separate production lines in the mine. So I'll have like this area is the copper, this area is the silver, this area is the iron. And so when we do that and our orders start diverging into different materials, we'll scale, even though I won't be getting more iron, I'll be diversifying what I'm saying. Yeah, somebody uses both now. Yeah, so it was, yeah, so we got a bunch of stuff going on. Like this one, they're making the hammers. Oh, did I actually grab the hammers on there? Or are they just making those to restock inventory? That's fine. But yeah, so the hammers, it looks like what they do is they go to the bench, they make the head of the hammer. They go to the bench, they make the handle of the hammer. They bring both over here, and then they make the hammer. So it's kind of a 3-step process on that tool as opposed to just make the thing. Okay. Honestly, that's fine. Just jack of all trades, a bunch of them. Okay, so there goes you. Okay, so everything is at least up to rare. But we're going to need to try and get it up to epic. That epic's going to start blocking us on some stuff. Yeah, because we've got... That one's blocking a bunch, so we got a bunch of rare here. Once we're done with that, we're up to epic. And then epic carries all the way over here, and then that's legendary, which does appear to be the highest tier. And then once we get to legendary, that would be what I assume is like the existing content as it is right now so far as depth. Which it isn't unusual sitting there and like just knocking out, like if you're just going hard on a Tycoon game and being like, let me just unlock all the things, that you can sit there, and even some of the longer ones, you can get everything unlocked, unless it's time gated. You can get everything unlocked, honestly, in like 1 or 2 play sessions. Like you think stuff like City Skylines, not counting their special buildings or whatever, you can like blast through the tech all the way up in just a couple sittings. You think of games like Roller Coaster Tycoon or Planet Coaster. Planet Coaster, you could definitely sit there, get your research set up, and just blast through all the tech in a single sitting. Alright, that'll give us more epic quality, because I'm trying to target that. And I think what's also happening is as our people are getting better, they're getting a little bit faster, which makes sense. But we've run our warehouse out. Alright, Pitchfork is now epic as well. Is he not knocking the game at all, but you get a slight chuckle at the number of ye olden settings, decidedly modern process flows. Mass production, interchangeable parts, contemporary with aircraft. Yeah, we don't have any like interchangeable parts really going on with that. But yeah, like the whole assembly line thing, then yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense though from the aspects of what we're doing is we're applying our, you know, fast production. I think the medieval times equivalent, if you're going to have like a big production situation, it would be you'd have like the smelter and all that, like for one person, like this would be my workspace, and you'd have your other workspace over here. Maybe we have just the one grind wheel because we only need one grind wheel. Like each blacksmith, you wouldn't even have like a big operation. It'd usually be a bunch of individual blacksmiths working underneath the company, as like kind of independent people working for the blacksmithy. Like they didn't have the they didn't have a concept. They didn't typically have it where, you know, you were 10 blacksmithies working under the blacksmithy company incorporated or whatever. You'd potentially be in a blacksmith guild, and you'd have like a shared workspace kind of thing. We'll grab that one for the blueprint. Yeah, it feels like I could use some kind of pressure against me. Like something. It doesn't need to be super severe, over the top, whatever you want to go with. But some type of resistance the game is putting. Alright, so that one in itself doesn't do anything for me. But once we get the next couple, we can get the copper mine. And I think this is the point where I'm going to start caring about spending one type of research versus the other. Because for those who didn't catch with the research, I get like the regular old normal research, it's only good up to a certain level. I get the light blue research, it's only good to a certain level. So I got these dark blue research and then the purple. So I can use all the higher ones for lower. So I could use the epic towards this one, that's the dark blue, but not the other way around. Let's see, you may be able to complete all the research in Planet Coaster in the blink of an eye, but what is more important is that you will spend 800 hours placing each and every decorative in perfect position, and then I'll zoom out and realize you can't even see your effort. Yeah, no, that's, Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster are both notorious for that one. That said, I absolutely will go down and take the time to, like, really make it look nice and clean it all up and do all that stuff. And it can be fun to kind of, like, pop in there once in a while and just, like, say, like, follow one of my guests through the park and just, like, see the park and, like, see your creation. In a lot of ways, Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo are as much a, like, art game as a Tycoon game. Alright, so I want to wait. I want to wait till we get the 300 rare as opposed to using our epic, because the epic's going to gatekeep us in a lot of other things, and I'm still pretty heavily split between the two different types of materials. So to me, it makes sense to just wait for it. At this stage of the game, offering me, like, the lowest level research. Alright. So bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to let it run at normal time while that happens, but I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Alright, but I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Just kind of the mental image of this person. They're in the zombie apocalypse. They're walking around with a machete. They got this giant backpack they're holding on their side. And just every couple minutes, they're just reaching in there, grabbing like a fish fillet just right out of there, just shoving it in their mouth, going right back to fighting. Just, it's a weird view in my mind. Oh crap, we're already drowsy again. Hang on. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this.
Every day, I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you.
Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably okay, and I'm back. Let's see, same feels for Factorio. If you don't love it, you're gonna hate it sooner than expected. Yeah, it is important to sit back from time to time and appreciate what you built in games like Planet Coaster. Oh yeah, well that's I think that's actually what things that, you know, while you have like Roller Coaster Tycoon, and that's, you know, cult classic, really good game from yesteryear and all that. Was that the anime game Doki Doki? There is a clip or two from Doki Doki in there. I didn't see which clip it was, though, so I can't actually answer that. But I do have some clips from Doki Doki in here. Okay. So this, we can get the copper mine. So we've unlocked the copper mine. So let's slow down time again, grab this, complete you. Oh man, we are getting so many things here. Okay, so that's interesting. If we get the short hoe, that's 16,000 they're gonna give me for that. Alright, so we don't actually have that much. Yeah, so that's only purple in there. Like, trying to lean it to force it to doing more purple stuff. So we've got the copper mine. Oh, it's a whole different tab. I understand now. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I was sitting there like, I do what now? Well, let's go ahead and get some people in here. Cool, and we can go ahead and upgrade you. Grab our assistant. Yeah, so you get 2 points there. So check, was there something at the forest then that maybe I've overlooked? I don't think we've I just realized you are wiping out this forest. We actually don't have the up arrow here. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, was it the ending? Yes, yeah, there's that clip, but there's like one other, like, clips. Because we did Doki Doki as, like, a special thing on the channel for, it was like a Halloween thing or whatever. Because it's a game I've personally enjoyed, you know, when it came out and all that. But, you know, it's not the normal vibe for the channel, so there wasn't too many clips and all that. Like the party, what are our lemmings doing? I mean, our people are blacksmithing. I know we got people mining and all that. Yeah, so you need to unlock more blueprints. I'm assuming if we go in here and do blueprint, we can now make copper goblets. So what I'm going to need to do here as well is I'm probably going to need to go and do a couple things. So first, we need ingot storage. We're going to put another one right here. And you are going to be Whoa. Okay. So there's a lot of other types of ingots going on there. So I'm not going to try and get that. That's as figured. Okay. So what we'll do is at the end of the day, when one of these runs out, is I'm going to flip one of those to being copper. Okay. Because that's going to start adding complexity to our operations, because now we're going to have different materials to deal with. And all that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and I'm focusing mostly on taking the contracts, whatever you want to call, for like the epic quality. Because my expectation with that is the more epic quality stuff we get, the better. Drink crates. Unlocks drink crate for the miners, lumberjacks, increasing their maximum stamina. Let's not spend that. We can focus on spending the epic stuff on the epic stuff for right now until I hit something that blocks me. Because I'll be able to melt bronze and steel and all that, and that's... When I can start doing bronze and steel, that's going to get complicated real fast. So we're already done for the day, so let's not worry about taking the other one now. So now I can go here. Blueprints first priority, we don't have any. Sure, we'll grab another contract for the epic quality. Lemmings is a fun game. I mean, you're not wrong. That's a game I haven't thought of in 20 plus years. I don't, for the record, I don't have like Doki Doki set aside as something. I think we actually have, if I remember correctly, I think the Doki Doki is on YouTube. We're not going to swap out the iron to the copper? I was, and then I forgot. But I do think this is about to get way more complicated. And the reason it's going to get way more complicated is we're going to get the advanced smelting. And that's going to involve a lot. Okay. So did we get another type of smelter? Because I'm imagining we did. Convert small ingot alloys into medium ingots. That's exactly what I was figuring. Okay, so this is going to get complicated really fast. For the moment... Okay, so that's going to deal with that. So what we're going to need to do here... So we can change you to bronze and change you to steel. Which I'm assuming will come with its own set of blueprints. Can you order bin to be out only? I don't think so. Yeah, so I'll keep making the steel ingots. Alright, we need to go over here. So was that drink thing it talked about an actual building type? Alright. Yeah, so that other research we got is literally just a buff. It doesn't actually require building, it's just they make more. Okay, cart, we got our new blueprint. Meanwhile, just keep on crafting. For the blueprint, let's grab the copper goblet. Immediately make it uncommon. That's going to get real complicated real fast. Meanwhile, we need to go upstairs, because that is a new piece of merchandise. There we go. Wait, did it actually show us another one? Okay. So everything we're producing has a shelf. Alright, so you are now copper. We can grab you. Get the copper goblet leveled up. You are complaining that we don't have copper ingots, which is fine. We're literally already working on it. Okay, so we're still letting these save up. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter at this point because these are both blocked, so we'll grab that. Ah, I hadn't unlocked that. Lumberjack, grab you. So you're crafting ingots, the three of you. Let's grab you. Right, so you can... I see. So I'm going to need a bunch of ingots. Or a bunch of people. Let's grab 2 more assistants. Climb stairs slower. I can live with that, that's fine. Okay, so you are going to craft ingots, and you're going to make steel ingots, and you are going to craft ingots, and make bronze ingots. And that's fine. So we got drink set up here. Drink set up there. And a drink set up here. Okay. Let's see, if it returns to the warehouse, do you lose much? Oh, did it say it returns to the warehouse? Because I missed that. Oh, you know what we need? I need to grab yet another person, so I need another assistant. So let's grab an assistant here. We've got one of the ones that's nothing but good news. You restock raw resources, clay ore. Or not clay ore, that's not how that works. You get where that's going. You restock the copper. So we should start seeing a bunch of ore pop in here. Also, let's move this over. Alright, getting 2 of them so that we can get people doing more than one thing. Getting a bunch of achievements back to back to back right now, being like, you got enough wood. You did the next thing. Alright, keep upgrading these to their higher level. And you're just basically waiting on that. So we'll get Cauldron, that'll help increase our people's works. Honestly, it looks like we're gonna just run down this line, get silver and all this, like, straight on through here. And this one's locked behind the blue, which is fine. There have been a lot of alternatives to YouTube, like 15 plus years. Surprised none grew in major competitor. You gotta keep in mind when you're talking about a lot of that kind of stuff, is when you have an established platform, whatever it is, whether it's social network, video, streaming, all that, you're not just having to make a product that's better than your competition. That's actually nowhere near enough to succeed. You have to be better enough than your competition to persuade people to go from your competitor where they're already established to your platform. So it is extremely hard to break into an established market. And that's a whole big thing. And it's not that it can't be done. It has happened over the years. But usually what you see is not that someone outcompetes to break into an industry, but rather the established player does something to piss off their existing audience or shuts down or whatever to make it so that they can be easily disrupted. And it's not always, but like you look at things like MySpace. So the fall of MySpace, and honestly the biggest contributor to the fall of MySpace was MySpace. And the reason that was pretty much boiled down to MySpace lets you do whatever the heck you wanted on your page, which was one of the main draws to it. But as time went on, and you know, understandably not everyone is a graphic designer, web designer, they don't take into consideration accessibility or any of these other things, that MySpace pages became truly an atrocity to go to. And in a lot of ways, Facebook won because it didn't have all that functionality. And so, like, MySpace became the thing where you made your page and nobody else went to it, because you go to that, like, anyone's MySpace page and it had, like, MIDI players and glitter graphics and, you know, blink GIFs and all that sort of stuff happening. That was so obnoxious to look at. And so, for the most part, like, MySpace removed MySpace from consideration, that people were just looking for anything that was something else. All the drama around your top 8 spaces. So that's a big reason why that came to be. And then you could also argue, like, disruption from stuff like AOL Instant Messenger, Yahoo Messenger, and all those. That the disruptors for that were stuff like Skype, Ventrilo, TeamSpeak, all those kind of things. In that they basically took what those platforms did and went yes and. And in a lot of ways, all of those different platforms had their own thing that annoyed people. Because, like, one of the big things that happened with, like, the AOL, Instant Messenger, all those kind of things, ICQ as well, is you couldn't get all your friends to join onto the same one. So that way when, you know, stuff like Skype and TeamSpeak and Ventrilo came up, generally speaking, you consolidated to just one of those, maybe 2 of them. And it took away a lot of that headache. And in some ways, AOL Instant Messenger is the one that kind of really killed instant messaging, because later on we had Pigeon and Trillion, which are the same application at different points, different branding. They made it so you could use one thing to connect to all of them. And AOL Instant Messenger kept changing their protocol to keep Trillion from working. And so people got tired of it and stopped using, like, the AOL stuff. Let's see, LiveJournal lets you set a theme, but not free HTML like MySpace. It failed because advertisers weren't liking that they couldn't market as hard on it. And then Russia bought it. Yeah, that's another one. But at the same time, LiveJournal never really became, like, mainstream. Like, I had a LiveJournal, and I certainly used it for a while. But it was definitely still fairly niche thing. But to be fair, a lot of the traffic from the sites was misused too. Like, people were using MySpace boards with login shared between a group for getting tools for that captured market. To be fair, a lot of traffic to those sites was misused too. Like, people were using MySpace boards with one login shared between a group or a team, getting tools for that captured those markets. I'm getting the shared account information thing. I'm not understanding what, like, the tools side of it is and all that. Oh, you're gonna give me a bit of copper ore? Okay. Let's see, you've saved a lot of articles from LiveJournal and used those just to refresh the brains of modern people? I don't know what you're saying. I mean, don't get me wrong, things that have been said before get rehashed a lot. I think there was supposed to be a before in that last bit. Before getting tools for that captured those markets? Yes, I'm still not getting it, sorry. Let's see, you took one look at Facebook, and your last question was, where's the themes? And the answer was, there never themes and you never used it? Yeah, no, that wasn't an uncommon thing. But that was just one of those things that, at the time, like, a lot of all the different creative aspects that happened on the art platforms, well, generally as a positive, ended up becoming its own negative because a lot of the themes were utterly obnoxious. Like, the pink on yellow and all that kind of stuff, where you just staring like, my eyeballs can't take it. Okay. So we'll get the drinks. We get this thing. Get the pickaxes. I also just realized I never did put the pickaxes. Well, let's first grab the 2 miners. You wonder what will replace Discord now it's in decline? I don't know. I know there's been like 2 or 3 different ones being proposed, but almost all of them run into some pretty significant issues. I'm blanking on the name of the one, but it is another one who's trying to do the federated setup, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is when you add that level of complexity to something, that basically kills your getting a lot of like the regular common user. Like it's fine if under the hood it's federated and all that. But when you're like, oh, well, you need to sign up with your correct shard server, whatever, like, it's cool tech. It's how you're not supposed to speak of something about beer and lurk. Alright, no problem, no namer. You have a good one. But yeah, no, it's I feel like people have bitten onto that whole federated, like, letting no one entity control it, which is, I think, a good thing in general, because, I mean, we've all seen what happened to poor Twitter. Like, very, very genuinely, there is an immediate reason that people want to go, well, this should not be controlled by one entity, benevolent or otherwise. Sooner or later, that'll come back to bite you. And then there's the whole, like, enshittification and all that kind of stuff going on as well. That zero shocker that people are like, hang on. See, that's the kind of thing that really appeals to tech nerds, but is impenetrable for casual users. Yeah, no, that's like, I had a number of people push me. It's like, no, you need to be on Mastodon. This is before like Blue Sky really took off. It's like, you need to be on Mastodon. Like, that's the thing that's gonna be taking over. And I'm like, you know, and I was like, this is cool, but to me, this is Linux in like 2002. It's neat, and you could certainly use it. And there are certainly people who are diehard fans of it. But for like common everyday use for like the average user, it's just not there. Like, it's just not there. And then Blue Sky came out, and it is the one that's absolutely blown up. Threads is also blown up in its own right, but I have a Threads account, and then when it logged me out, and it's like, I just need to go through and, it's not even like I forgot my password, I just gotta pull it up, and I just haven't been motivated. Just, I wasn't getting any traction there, and I just don't want to deal with Facebook. No, wait, Threads isn't Facebook. Who was Threads with? It doesn't matter. There's the Matrix network. That's why they use it using circles that have privacy. Yeah, Matrix is another one I've been hearing a lot about. I know a couple creators who have their eye on Matrix, but that's kind of another one of those ones I'm like, okay, Meta. Yeah, alright, so yeah, Meta, yeah. So it is Facebook. But yeah, the whole point though being is just when it was like with Facebook and all, I was like, yeah, I just don't want to deal with it. Alright. So what we're trying to do is get more blueprint unlocks. So I'm trying to focus on that. Blueprint unlocks and quality improvements. Because that's what's going to determine what we can get going next. And with this stream today being a bit of a shorter stream than the normal one, we're still going for like another hour or so. But we kind of passed that point where I mentioned if we kind of run this out of content and we're like, oh yeah, let's switch. We're at the point it doesn't make sense to switch anymore. Because like at that point it'd be, you know, switch, you take the dip from switching, and then you don't get a chance to recover your viewership just because, you know, there's not enough time. Alright, so we're going to hire people at discount. I'm just grabbing literally everything. Everything we can now. Okay, so we got ourselves a new, more stuff getting upgraded. I don't have to assign you all to do a specific material. Right, no, we do have one person who's assigned to doing copper. That's right. So realistically, what I think we're running into here is I think our smelting operation is inadequate. So let's go here. Let's scooch you way closer to the wall over here. What I probably need to do this is gonna be rough. So set you to silver ore, because I forgot that's even a thing I need to do. And that means I need another ingot pallet thing. So you're over here, you're going to be silver ore, which also means I need another pallet over here. And you're going to be sterling silver. So we're going to go in here and go to our assistants. So we need another person to craft ingots. You're fine. Oh, I've run out of benches finally. Okay, well, let's take the benches upstairs. Like, I'm not going to buy a bunch of new benches right now, but I am going to buy new benches now. I'm not going to move the existing benches right now. We're going to pop those downstairs. Because what we're going to do is we're going to need more assistants. So let's go hire ourselves some more assistants. Okay. Those are all pretty terrible. So 1, 2, 3 should probably be fine for now. So craft ingots, sterling silver, sterling silver, and more copper. Okay. Silver hammers are the best. Every Dwarf Fortress player knows that. If smelting is inadequate, why are their pallets filling up with ingots? So it's the copper is inadequate. And we also need to get the silver happening. And yeah, so these ones are getting filled up. That's fine. The big thing that's going to happen is once we start unlocking more recipes for like copper and we start splitting it all up, that's going to be a whole thing. My suspicion of what we're going to end up doing is once we unlock the basement, I will likely be moving either the blacksmithy itself into the basement or all the smelting operation in the basement. And that's where those stairs are going to get really, really a whole big thing. The moment I set that up, we just had like 5 more achievements pop. Let me check something real fast. Okay. Just checking something soon. So we're only about halfway through. So it's like unlocking all the blueprints, maxing out a blacksmith, nothing super surprising there. Establishing trade routes, yada yada. Oh, wait, I need another assistant. Assistant, you will do. Restock raw resources, silver ore. There we go. That's why this isn't getting done. Oh, and you are running out of supplies. Alright, so now our blueprint. Love to see it. And grab that one. It gives me the stuff to upgrade. Okay. So I have no idea with any of these what I should be grabbing. There's just so many things here now. Okay, so I need the sickle. So I can go up here and we can upgrade the sickle again. And I'll need a shelf for the sickle. I'm assuming that's going to be like this style shelf. I'm really not sure. It is not. That's fine. We'll have that shelf available for later. So store. Sickle. I'm not going to sweat that it doesn't have anything to be displayed. Because once we get one of these other ones done here, we should be good. Alright. I wonder if it makes sense to move the woodworking upstairs. Make more room for smelting down here. How long till we unlock our next floor? We literally can unlock the basement very soon, so we won't worry about that. And then soon we'll also be able to unlock the advanced stuff there. Okay. So I'm not as worried about the rest of this. Man, look at the money these contracts are starting to get up to. 18,000. I'm going to not accept the next contract to just let this run. Because it's not giving me the stuff that I'm really worried about. Ooh. Legendary. So we can start getting the even fancier science. Alright, so let's check on the contracts for today. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, about 3 years ago, there's a group of people who played Factorio started a group on a Discord clone called Dragon Chat. You didn't hear of it getting far, but you're sure a lot of people around the world did it. And something very similar could come up sooner rather than later. Hosting costs is a question, though if it's federated, which wouldn't really be a problem in the case of Discord-style servers. Yeah, no, that's kind of the whole thing that you run into. Is ultimately the thing that really helped Discord take off in the first place is for like having your own stuff like TeamSpeak and all that back at that time. It was just a matter of for running a stuff like the getting like TeamSpeak or whatever up, you just had to pay for servers and rent servers, and Discord's like, what about free, man? And so they made it free, and that basically switched everyone off of Ventrilo and TeamSpeak and Roger Wilco and all those other ones to getting them on Discord. And then it's only recently that Discord's finally like, okay, no, but really we need to start, you know, going public and making proper money and all that kind of stuff. And so they've just been on that treadmill to get like literally everyone on Discord, and now they're figuring out how to make a bunch of money off of doing that. So we've been enjoying Discord in a lot of ways thanks to the fact that they've been just taking investor money and kind of sitting on it. That said, they tried to do their whole, their premium thing, to try and turn a profit. I have no idea how profitable Discord is at all, to be entirely honest. I can't imagine it's profitable. Like, running voice over IP can get very costly. It's free. That was the advantage, and they're forgoing it, and now that advantage has gone poof. Right, but then if you look at the things that they replace, like, people have gotten so accustomed to all the features that were available on Discord, going back to TeamSpeak and Roger Wilco only fills half of the needs that people have. It covers the voice over IP spot, but it doesn't cover a lot of the, like, the forum/communication things. And there's lots of solutions that you could take 10 or 11 different sections and like mash them together into like, oh, you join this forum, which then gets you your access to TeamSpeak, which then gets you access to that. But it just doesn't think. Discord is not making a profit. That's why they're pushing to monetize so hard? Yeah. Right, because they want to become publicly traded and they want to monetize it. Wooden Hammer going to Epic. All right. We're definitely going to need to bring in way more supplies than that. All right, so there's another blueprint unlocked. And we got ourselves our new employee. Every employee works more things. The cost of hiring people is less. Bonuses from decorations are higher. Every employee gets more stats, or more XP. We unlocked a new blueprint. So we've already got stuff taking that material. So let's go ahead and get ourselves the long hoe. We'll use that other material. So we can go upstairs. And grab ourselves an even nicer display rack, whatever this is. There we go. Alright. Discord's new CEOs from Activision Blizzard. That can only go well, I'm sure. Yep. Yeah, no, it's been a conversation a lot of us have had on the content creator side about, like, what are we doing, like, you know, what is the plan here? And I do think it will be a thing that, you know, for the enshittification of Discord that is going to be oncoming as it, you know, pursues being publicly traded and more profitable and all those kind of things. It's not going to be a thing that happens overnight. It's not, you know, Tuesday rolls out and they're going to be like, here's a new Discord, boom, everything's a microtransaction. It'll be a slow kind of chipping away kind of thing. And it's gonna suck. But that's kind of the hope, is while we're all sitting there, you know, something else pops up. The big question is how the dynamics of all these things change. That's honestly the scarier part as, like, a content creator for me. Building your community around a platform and all that. Like, you think about it, instant messaging, as far as all intents and purposes, is gone. It's not a thing anymore. For any real reality, it's just flat out of here. Gone. It still exists, but no one really uses it on a meaningful capacity. You look at a lot of your traditional social networks, like the Facebooks, LiveJournals, MySpace, that's honestly mostly gone. Like, it's still out there, people still use it. But for, like, the actual communication style part of it, that's some holdouts in the niche of it. Alright. So with this, we now have basement. Yeah, WhatsApp, well, WhatsApp, would you call that instant messaging, or is that text messaging? Because I'm thinking, like, when I'm talking instant messaging, I'm talking, like, the equivalent of, like, AOL Instant Messenger, all that kind of stuff. Because, yeah, no, text messaging is still alive and well. That's still around. Okay, we're unlocking more and more stuff. Let's grab the silver goblet. Wait, I didn't actually get it, I just leveled up. So we can go ahead and get ourselves another legendary one. So the question here is for getting our stairs. Yeah, so you get on the stairs from this side. Can I drop it down there and it'll work? No. So this staircase can probably be over here in this corner. So let's grab you. Because what we could do here So now I got down below. Alright. Most text messaging protocol are very close to instant messaging. They're similar. They do serve a similar purpose, but like with text messaging being something you can kind of do on just about any device, anywhere, and instant messaging being locked to computers, it kind of just vanished. And there's another one up to legendary quality. Love to see it. Yeah, so we're going to get the 3rd floor soon. So, alright. So I think what we're doing now is the big question here. Do we move the blacksmithing or the ore production into the basement? I'm leaning towards the ore production, is what I think I'm going to go with. Is that the right decision? Wow. But this is going to massively increase the times it takes to do things. Okay, we'll move these down here and I'll deal with those in a second. Alright, so we've got all these ones up here. I do think I want to keep these up here for the most part. We'll probably end up having more stuff there later. But what we're going to need to do in the meantime... Okay, so iron, copper, silver, sterling silver, whatever. I think we have 6 of these to deal with. Alright, so try that. Then go to you, so your iron ingots, that's fine. Your copper ingots. Your silver ingots. Your steel ingots. Your bronze ingots. And your sterling silver. Okay, so I got my whole production down here. Now, the big things that we need to do is we need to go down here, go to assistance. So there was a transfer ingots thing that we have yet to use. So let's grab you. Go up and downstairs faster. Perfect. You're also fine, so grab you. So you'll transfer the iron from here. The iron over there. Now grab you. Transfer the copper from here up there. You're fine. And you're fine. You're the silver. There's the silver. You're the steel. There's the steel. I don't even remember what you are, but that's fine. So we are massively expanding our overhead. Alright, start the next day. And everything's on display yet. Actually, wait, didn't we? No, we did not. Right. I mistook how it goes. Alright, so we now have a whole army of our assistants who are just going to run up and downstairs all day, taking their ingots and dropping them on the platforms. Meanwhile, we have all this running down here. And we need more people smelting stuff, we can do it. It's gonna be a little bit trickier to figure out what we are doing well and not doing well. I honestly think we're gonna literally make a second one of these whole setups here. And expand the number of people here. The big thing we're going to run into is now we're not stocking up both of those iron shelves. Make that legendary. Okay, we got people leveling up. All right. And for you, okay, so let's not sweat too much. Now, the big downside I am seeing is I am already seeing that our iron is not keeping up, production or otherwise. So I will probably need another... We'll see at the end of the day what I got in stock. If I'm sitting here and that runs out of iron, I know not to bother getting in our smelter. Alright, so we just topping that off. For example, if you get a DJI camera, you need an app to use it. You create your account to activate your camera. Why? Yeah. There's a lot of that kind of stuff. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So I can right-click to restock our iron, but the better ores, I can't do that. I have to get it from the mines. Gotcha. I think that's a good way of approaching it. Yeah, we basically exhausted all of the iron ore during that time. So we lost money on that. That's not surprising. We did a lot of expansions today. Okay. Yeah, so like expanding this, the only problem is right now the bottleneck of all this, which it does look like it's a bottleneck I'm probably not going to be able to do much about. Let's look at our books. So we're about to unlock... Yeah, so this will unlock where we can get more ore from our mines faster. And we're getting to that home stretch here, too. There's a sickle up to epic quality. Now, one good thing that'll happen with some of these ores, if I'm not using them, eventually they'll back up and I won't need to worry about it. Alright, so we'll get the stuff to improve the research more. Go here. The tankard's now legendary. Is there a level? Okay, so legendary is the max. I still need more blueprints. That's fine. Right now, I'm mostly trying to get one blueprint for each type of thing. They simply yearn for the mines. What work can you do? That's what I was trying to think of. Is there something I can do to improve the production rate they have in the mines significantly? Because I don't think you can have more than one person working on each of these. It does seem like with them resting from time to time. Ah. So literally I cannot hire more than 3 into these places. Alright, new blueprint. Let's get the silver goblet, because that's going to be using silver, which we're not doing right now. And we can unlock the fire pit. All of which helps a little bit with our production. Okay, we can go up here, put the silver goblet there. All right. I'm assuming what'll happen is as we go through, we get those trade routes, and those trade routes will augment our mine situation. Yeah, because we're getting a lot of people standing around with nothing to do. And that's because a bunch of these ores are running out. Now granted, our steel is starting to backlog, and once that happens, we'll start having some of those things that are currently bottlenecking getting sorted. Yep, 14,000 because of all the upgrades. Alright. Hey, Chunky and Funky, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all good stuff. And I do hope all that went well. But what were you playing and how did it go and all that? We're playing some Blacksmith Master and going with that. Because you only had one of 4 resting spots in the mines. You assume those... Yeah, the thing I'm not sure about... And you know what? Well, let's just science this. Is how that all affects things. Let's go over here. Because you are right. I'm allowed to have 4 of them. So let's just plunk down 4 of them. So I've got 4 of them. If I hire more people in here... Okay. So... That one's fine. That one's fine. Refresh. Yup. That one's fine. That one's fine. Refresh. Okay. I'll get rid of one of these ones that's not as good. Because we got one of those. Alright, so we did hire a ridiculous army. Okay, so they can stack up. I was under the impression that only one could bang on a rock at a time. Alright, so we figured that problem out. We're about to absolutely explode our production rate. You played some Evil in West and got your butt kicked. Gotcha. I don't know much about that game. So you go here, set you to automatically level. You go here, set you to automatically level. You go here, set you to automatically level. Alright, so the question is, do we go absolutely ham on all of this, knowing we're going to 100% overwhelm? Probably not. I will probably utterly bankrupt myself because I don't want to think about how much more those wages just cost me. Also, I kind of wish there was a single place I go to set them all to all that. You played as Jess, whose job is to kill vampires and other threats against humanity? Gotcha. There you are. So good news about that is after today, we should have no difficulty keeping the iron ore stocked up. And then the next move would be to expand our copper production. So See, ironically, this mostly U.S. Corporate medical system does better. If law is old enough to be basically requires medical stuff to be encrypted or use fax, so every hospital has to buy an encrypted communication system. I have no idea about any of that. It is one of those things that to this day I always get weirded out with stuff when it's like, oh yeah, we need to do this. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we just need you to fax that, and you just kind of stare at them. It's like, you want me to what now? It's like, don't get me wrong, I grew up with fax and all that, but really? Yeah, we're just burning money each and every day from all the stuff we've got going there. Okay, so we'll want to expand our copper production. Yeah, that jumped the amount of ore we were getting almost to 200 something. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that you hear facts, you're like, what? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that was a bad technology, like, it certainly served its purpose and all that. But, like, you know what year it is, right? Okay, so we're gonna get one more group of them, so let's go ahead and hire in here, miners. That's one that has double positives. Alright, that seems like the new strat now is to, like, literally just go... Gonna burn a lot of money here. And hire one more person. So the cost for rolling this is not much. So I'm honestly just motivated to, like, re-roll it, and now everyone doing the copper mine is a special, like, whatever amazing mining person. So slowly convert my entire staff over to being the really, really fantastic ones. Which honestly wouldn't be the worst. Because, right, so we are falling behind on the copper and the silver. Part of that's probably just straight up the smelting now, though. Okay, we have people leveling up. Okay, so you... Because the old laws regulating POTS lines, fax are a little bit more secure than most email. Yeah. And I get that, but it's always those things that... So we open the box, you reach with anticipation, but you pull out scraps and trinkets. So far we've had nothing but, like, not great results out of those boxes you've been doing. I also need to go over here with the wood production. Probably get one or two more blacksmiths on the wood production side. I think we can get away with that. So let's grab our staff, blacksmith, hire, blacksmith. Okay. Get that upgrade to... Cool, we get ourselves a new blueprint. Alright, for our new blueprints. So we've got silver. I don't think we're using quicksilver yet. So let's grab you to get a quicksilver item going. That means we need to go up here to our store, grab ourselves a weapons rack. And we also need to go decorations, because we've finally fallen behind. Okay. So it looks like our assistants are mostly keeping up. Our money is just hemorrhaging left and right because we are spending all of it on, like, hiring people and all that. Like, it's not even like their daily salary or anything. It's just literally the sheer volume of people we're hiring each day. Like, we are just exploding the size of our company, mining operation, whatever. Okay, and you got this one done. That's for more money. Get the new blueprint. Do this. We'll make that legendary quality. How are we doing towards getting our next thing? We haven't gotten one in a little while. Alright, yeah, so we're making good progress. Now, we are going to get Smelting 3, which is going to be another whole series of stuff to unlock. So weirdly, we went from like now it's a matter of just trying to, you know, like set up all of our processes to scale this up. So it feels like the pacing's a little weird in the mid game, where early game you've got like this really nice feeling pacing, and then you kind of hit that mid game and everything just new stuff kind of slows for a while, and then the moment you get the new materials, you're right back to suddenly you need everything. Let's actually put it up here. Oh, I need to turn these around. Alright. I think there's 3 types here I gotta worry about. Large. 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 Not super worried about those yet. We'll just have them queued up and ready to rock and roll. We apparently still have to find gold, which we don't see a gold mine, so my assumption for gold is it's going to come from someplace else. I'm also noticing the copper is slowly depleting, so we'll see. We might actually be stable in copper in this one. I think I might need another person refining copper. I mean, we got a couple ingots sitting up here. Yeah, and I haven't been worrying about the names for a while. I probably should be, but we're kind of at that point now where I'm getting so many staff so fast, I haven't been worried about too much. We did name a bunch of people early on. It's just too much. Okay, we got a bunch of new stuff that I haven't figured out yet. Game. I need you to slow your roll here for a minute. Okay. So that's the big steel bar. So we're unlocking the totem mace. So let's go up here. I need another weapon shelf. And we need more decorations. To the totem mace. Alright, so what we're going to need is a couple of things. So we're going to need up here. You need to be the large. You need to be large. You need to be large. I am going to need way too many employees again. So we're going to go from a day that should have been profitable, and it's going to not be. So I'm going to need 3 new assistants for crafting the ingots. So let's start with that. And I am being greedy and going 1, 2, 3. So craft ingots, large, craft ingots, large, craft ingots, large. Okay. We're not done yet, so get our next assistants. Hire you. And for right now, you're going to be the only one dealing with this. That's fine. Go grab the large ones from here and up there. Okay, and let's stop there. Let's see, with the texting being all mobile devices, did you mean text messaging apps, WhatsApp and such? Around 2008, the tech-forward friend of mine started using ICQ on his phone, and was one of the first people who knew have messaging internet through a mobile device. Then all the communications converge, which you'd expect. Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, a lot of communications happening in Discord for, like, people you don't know and don't want to give you, like, your phone number. There's a lot of that happening on the Discord end of things as well, so as that starts to go for, like, for profit and all that. We just went into debt. And not mildly so. Okay, that's concerning. We may be scaling up our operation a bit too aggressively recently. Cash registers from Pink Floyd money. Now, oh, here's a problem. So, the problem we have now, I'm going to have to incur more debt. Just don't look at it, chat. If we pretend the debt isn't there, it can't hurt us. Upgrade your stuff. Upgrade your stuff. You're still profiting. Yeah, we'll have to see a day. So the thing is, like, each day I've been doing a massive expansion. So what I need to do is tone down my expansion for a little while. And hopefully things will settle. I also need to get something that can be made out of wood going, because you're just not doing anything. So you only need one more bow. Thank you for completing that contract. We needed that. Let's get some contracts. I mean, I can't turn down the blueprints. New blueprint. Okay, let's not get anything fancy and higher. Let's work on stuff we already have the materials for being produced. So that we can, you know, expand our economics. That's fine. Sure, just go. I'm not willing to take a time-sensitive one right now. I'm a little worried about a bunch of these things. Alright, for right now, just go grab that one. It's fine, whatever. Meanwhile, we have a new blueprint. Same deal, grab you. Upgrade it once. Okay, okay. So I do have some money. So we're going to need to go to the store. I was not paying the closest attention of what we unlocked. So let's grab another shelf here. So you go in there. And I did notice we didn't see the other one here, so let's grab the weapon shelf. Oh, right, we got the new weapon shelf. And I need more decorations. There's definitely a point the adding the decorations stop. Oh, you don't. Oh, you are only good for that style. I see. That's fine. We can leave that the way it is. And when we get something else to unlock it, we can do that. There. So once the next in-game day is done, I need to hire another assistant to be smelting iron. Okay, so we did technically make a profit today. All right. All right, so we dipped a little bit into the debt again. Not as bad as yesterday. So we should be okay. We just got to keep our contracts moving. Like I said, what we're going to need to do is this in-game day, I'm going to have to hire another assistant to smelt iron. Because we have no shortage of iron ore coming in. But these are not staying full, which is not what you want. You can be upgraded. Alright. I also need more of these workbenches. I'm noticing we're getting a line here. We'll have to wait till we have some money coming in. They've got a ton of people standing around waiting for their turn on the workbenches. So that's a pretty painful bottleneck. Alright, so I need an assistant for working on iron production, and I need more workbenches. That's the current priorities so far as fixing a bunch of our production stuff. Okay, we can level you up. We need to get some simpler stuff to be produced as well. Alright, so what we could do real fast is let's hire that one person on if we can make it happen. So assistant, hire... What was I hiring for? Smelting. You all cost 3,000. Never mind. Just fast forward for right now. Let's see. So you haul stuff. We could switch you to crafting ingots iron. So I took one of our people who's hauling stuff sitting around because there's not much for you to work on because everything's bottlenecking. And have you help minimize or mitigate the bottleneck. Alright, let's take 2 seconds. At least try and get a couple workbenches up. So 50% increase in our workbenches. I want to avoid spending too much. Yeah, and I'm definitely falling behind it, Chad. That's all good. It happens. Yeah, everyone's just going tink, 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 tink. Yep. Okay, so we technically lost $5,000 that day. But that's because our item sales were really bad. And a big part of that is just the fact that these workbenches are bottlenecking so bad. And our iron is starting to bottleneck real bad. So I'm really starting to worry that these aren't getting done fast enough. We should be able to recover it, though. Because once those go out, they give like 11,000 each and all that. And we are still getting into the positive. What? I'm gonna guess you're bugged. That might also explain if one of them was just bugged on there for like half the day. Alright. That is an interesting thing that literally, assuming I could sit here and just like tread water, over time because your people level up and they produce faster, and then you also have the people here who then, you know, with their researchers, take forever because he has one smithing. No, even the one smithing doesn't take that long. But, I could also see like the person, like these here, just slowly continuing to upgrade the value we get per item. All of that will make it so as long as we're not just going under, we should be okay. Alright, so they're getting the iron and they're doing their best. Copper looks like it's doing fine, so iron's still hurting. Okay, we got another one of these, so every time this happens, I get like 10% more from whichever item it is we're selling. The guy Tycoon game eventually reaches the point you just need to idle for a few days. Yeah, well that's the thing. Earlier on, it was like, I was just swimming in money, like just hand over fist. The thing I did was, with the mines, I just went max escalation. Like, we didn't take anything for consideration. We just like, yeah, no, just all of it. Make it as much as possible. Now the good news is this one's getting really close to finishing. And once that happens, that should get moving. But it's the iron that's hurting us right now. Because about as fast as we can use that, as fast as we can smelt that iron, it's getting used up here. And I think a big part of that is I made the mistake of just grabbing too many blueprint stuff. Every single one of these... Sorry, that's not true. These three here are all iron. And I don't really have... Like, we've been doing that for this whole time. So we do need to get some stuff that isn't time for mass layoffs. I mean... There's the joke there, but because you have, like, employees that are just hands down better than the other employees in this game, like, all your base employees get 1 positive, 1 negative, and then you've got, like, the second tier, that they have 2 positives, no negatives, and then you have, like, the god tier ones that they have their 2 positives, plus they have, like, a buff that applies to your entire blacksmithy. Stuff like your people move slightly faster, you get paid slightly more, that kind of nonsense. There's a certain amount of truth to that. Okay, only need 8 more. 8 more and we can do this transaction, get that out of here. Then we can probably put up something that's wood or something like that. You know, just to diversify the types of materials being consumed, and that'll help with our bottlenecking problem. Come on, 2 more. Let me get it today. 1 more. Okay. Alright, so... For that, let's try and all of these require iron. Why do you do this to me? Oh, and that's a lie. This one requires wood. Let's choose that one, even though the rewards aren't as good. So yeah, so we handily made profit that day. And we can make you legendary quality. And you epic quality. We're gonna prep for this one in advance because we'll slap down 2 more workbenches since that's one of our big bottlenecks right now. And I will go to our hiring here. Assistances. Roll. Come on, give me a blue. There we go. Alright, 1 second. We need to go up here. Because what I'm going to need to do is go staff. I just want 1 employee. Just you. And you are going to craft ingots. And they're going to be iron ingots. Alright. And they're all hustling around getting this dude going. Nah, this game's come a long way. I probably need more carpentry benches. Look at the carpentry area just completely, immediately overhauled. Oh man, they need to face each other while waiting on the benches? That's a nightmare? Yeah. Again, the furnaces for all those ingots? Yeah, so they're actually not running that many furnaces at a time. It's only about 3 or 4 out of the 6. So we should be okay there. Worst case, I can just add a couple more furnaces and that'll help. Okay. And now that we got the iron ingot starting to catch up, we got more of a split between people going. Yeah, to give you an idea, we already have a bunch of these going. We've got the silver stuff going, all that. These are taking their time just because of the sheer volume. They pay out well. There's just an incredible volume to be moved. Ooh, am I running out of silver? I am running out of silver. Alright. So that's gonna be two things, and I'm gonna unlock that. We're not ready to do anything with the third floor yet, but we now can have a whole extra floor on the building. Yeah, we're out of silver down below and above. I do think with the silver, I might need one more person smelting silver, and I might need to expand our silver mining. New achievement, who dis? Yeah, we got us for 1,000 copper, I believe it was, smelted. I mean, the other thing that's going to happen is we're just going to have people level up, which is certainly lovely. This definitely feels like if you wanted to start min-maxing it and, like, taking the time to go employee by employee and being like, alright, get rid of all the lower ones and just keep getting the better and better and better ones, I could see you just absolutely losing an incredible amount of time scaling it up. I do also wonder if this is early access and this is what we have available. My guess is we're going to have entire extra tiers after all of these, like the pottery and jewelry that aren't in yet. Because this is early access, to keep in mind. Like, releases on the 15th early access. It's not even out yet. So it does make me really curious what the plans from there. Oh man, you suck at mining. Let's fix that. And we can make that rare, more money. But yeah, I do appreciate everyone hanging out tonight. I know, so tonight is a short stream. We're actually going to only be going for like another 10, 15, 20 minutes. And that's just I got plans tomorrow that I have to wake up extra early for. And it's one of those things that the plans are kind of a big deal. So we did lose a little bit of money today. That's okay, because these will make up for it. And we did expand some of our operations. So that's fine. But it is those things that I need to try and make sure we're good for it. It's just I wanted to play this while it was, you know, exclusive. I'm glad we did. It's been a good night. People have been hanging out. Everyone's been having a good time. Well, I can't say everyone. People seem to be having a good time. I'm getting a general positive vibe out of the community today. People hanging out, it's been good. It's been fun. I've been enjoying this game. I don't think we'll end up doing another stream on this right away, because like I said, if we look at what we got done today, we're down to just basically having pottery and jewelry as the only thing here. Maybe... oh yeah, this will also be a couple things. So we got a couple more things here. This will be some more stuff there. The trade route would be the one mechanic I'd love to show off as well. I don't know what it is, but my assumption of what that is that, you know, we're going to start running into problems where we just don't have enough people able to deal with some of the gathering of resources. Or, like, gold is a resource that we physically cannot get ourselves. So my assumption is that is all for that stuff. And thanks to everyone hate watching right now. Yeah, you're also pretty awesome. Helping fund the continued stuff on the channel. Yeah, so I need another person doing silver. The good news is these are slowly working their way up. For as much as everyone is working so hard, like we look at, I've only got 2 people who aren't actively working at all times. It also feels like nothing is actually getting out there, which is the head scratcher for me. It is, like, if we watch, they are running out here constantly. Yeah. May want to stop doing the second level of silver smelting so the ore lasts longer. I don't have that much I'm making with the silver right now, so I'm not super upset about it. My intention here is that once I get our next contract, I get that next one big punch of money all at the same time. I would assign another person to smelting the silver, and then once I've got the next person smelting the silver, then I would need to hop over to the mine, put down the thing. I'd probably go ahead and hire like 3 more mining people. Suddenly put us back under like 10,000 or something like that. Maybe more. I wonder if there's a limit on how many people you can hire, because honestly, this game is running smooth. We got a lot of people running around here. With, you know, pathing that is kind of involved with the different floors and all that. Because how many staff members are we up? Is there an easy way to see that? It's enough, is what it is. I love how with this whole place I have 1 cashier. I might actually need a second one. Because I know we got the achievement for over 50 employees already. Okay. So it's probably a mistake, but let's grab 1 more assistant here. I can't. They cost too much. It's fine. Okay, and finally you're done. You gave me a bunch of that. Yes, that's a more involved one. Let's just do like these. That's nice, simple. It's just wood. So that should be easy enough to deal with. The tomahawk can now be legendary for a little extra money. Yeah, so with that, I basically have iron, silver, wood, like complicated wood, simple wood. I think you're the better silver. Yeah, and we already have that. So let's go ahead and try and solve some of this stuff. Miner, we can go ahead and get you leveled up. So assistant. Grab you. Smelt. Silver. Okay. So that's that. That's the first part. We now have the silver ore will be processed faster. I don't have the money to actually go and get more silver ore yet. Oh, it looks like JD maxed out. Literally can't learn anything else. And I imagine this is one of those things I'd probably want to run through here and start changing people's assignments over time to make sure they're getting assigned to the things that they're especially good at. Because we were doing that towards the beginning, but then as things scaled and scaled and scaled, it was like there's just too many people to go through and have that like one-on-one touch of being like, ah, you're good at smelting, you go smelt, ah, you're good at this. It's just like, I don't just care, just work. Just work, I don't care. I've been just taking people who are like, don't get XP as fast, or other things that are like generically I don't care about, and just using that so like everyone can be generalized in what they do. Okay, so one thing I can also do here is that one there. That one's not needed anymore. Because all the other stuff is being carried to that one up there platform. We got assistants dragging ingots up and down the stairs the whole day. Okay, and the workbenches aren't bottlenecking too badly anymore. And actually, they might still be. Because I do see them like leaving tools on it and then coming back. So it might just be they do a lot more walking around. So it might even be that I end up putting more workbenches over here. That progression from a caring indie boss to a ruthless capitalist overlord. Hey, man. The bigger the company is, the harder it is to have an individual connection with your staff. There is truth behind that. I'm not saying it's a good thing, it's very much not. But, that said, there is certainly a whole problem there. Yeah, so you're about to be done. And you'll be a big payday. And the other ones are all lagging behind real bad. I'm assuming I need more carpentry benches. Interestingly enough, because of the workbenches, I was expecting to need a lot more of the chests here to handle the items as we grew. But because it's more... the same rough amount of items are going out the door, they're just more expensive, more complicated items, has made that not really an issue. But with that all said, chat, I do think this is getting to be about the time we save and start wrapping up. Like I said, normally when I stream, I do tend to go much longer. How is it? I've been very much enjoying it. This is the early access version that's coming out, I believe, the 15th and all that. But with that said, today is going to be a short stream. Normally I stream for 9 hours, so you'll be cutting at about 5. That is just because the fact I got a big thing that I got to wake up bright and early for, and it's not a thing I can really be tired for. So I'm going to be Z-quilling myself and trying to get some sleep, and we'll see how all that goes. But with all that said, if there's a bonus stream tomorrow, then something's gone direly wrong. So don't expect a stream tomorrow, but we will be streaming Saturday. The plan for that one, barring no changes, is me and Toom will start the stream. We'll do some split fiction, because I still owe you more of that. We did our first segment this past Saturday. And then after that, there's a pretty good chance we'll be checking out the precision farming mod for Farming Simulator 25. Which totally changes the entire underpinning and how the game works. But we'll see. I might also do Timberborn. It'll depend on kind of the mood I'm in when we get there. So with that said, if you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But you are going to be just having the stream ended on you because I don't have a host ready. So thank you for tuning in. For those over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. And we're going to go see who we can find to drop a raid. I don't normally raid out at this